Good morning. Today is June 12th, and we're here, this is the Assessment Appeals Board number 1. We're here for a special case. Let's see, will Brendan take a roll call?
Thank you. Board Member Farino? Board Member Ferris? Board Member Sisk?
Present.
Thank you.
Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, our three witnesses here today, please remain standing. I'm going to put you under oath. Please raise your right arm. You and each of you to solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give and the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may now be seated.
Okay. Do we have any public comments?
I don't believe so. Let me check Zoom. Yeah, there are no members of the public here today.
Okay. We have any comments from the board? Okay. We are here to hear one case, applications 21-10968 through 21-10973, ROIC California LLC.
Yes, I've handed out copies of the application and applicant's exhibit 1 to the board for review. As this is a commercial property, the applicant will have the burden of proof. This is a January 1st, 2021 market value. The applicant has requested and paid for written findings of fact in the case, so that is on record. And unless you'd like an overview from the assessor, we can get into the applicant's presentation.
Do we want to hear, I'd like to hear an overview from the assessor. That'd be great. Thank you.
Hello, Joe Phillips with the Ventura County Assessor's Office. Today we're talking about a neighborhood shopping center located at addresses 1 through 239 Los Angeles Avenue in Moore Park. This shopping center is referred to as Moore Park Town Center. Today we are discussing the value as of January 1st, 2021. The applicant has appealed that value and feels that a reduction is warranted. So yeah, I think that's the...
Okay, thank you. All right, whenever you're ready.
So actually, I did have one question before we begin, Brendan.
Okay.
The issue of the confidential information that I'd like to discuss, should that be handled first or when I intend to discuss it?
I forgot that was a matter to be discussed here, and you have the form. I know you gave it to us a few months ago. You don't have copies of that, do you?
I have it electronically. I could
should-
email it to you?
I would assume we should talk about that now and identify the potential confidential exhibits. Give me just a moment. I apologize. I forgot that that was a request. If you'd like, why don't you go ahead and just describe to the board in general your request here on, what you can disclose on open record and why you'd like it to be deemed confidential,
Okay.
and then the board can proceed accordingly.
Okay. So one of the primary issues with this appeal is the fair market rent for the anchor. And we are relying on a lease amendment, several lease amendments that were signed recently that describe the terms related to the renewal for the anchor tenant, Ralph's. And while we do not object to the lease rate being shared publicly, what we would like to keep secret is certain contents of the lease, so the details of the lease and my discussion of those lease negotiations.
Okay. Okay, any comments from council?
I have to pull up the statute, but my general recollection of it is that things that are considered trade secrets can be kept confidential.
Okay.
And so it would mean the closing of the hearing to the public. It wouldn't be broadcast in the video.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm working on getting the relevant statute, but my recollection of the statute is that it's trade secrets
Okay.
are confidential.
So to speak to that, it was a business decisions are discussed in here, which are not common knowledge. They are discussions that the applicant has had with the tenant, that if it were made public, if other tenants at their shopping centers were aware of this, they could seek similar concessions. It speaks to the intentions of the anchor of Ralph's. It would be detrimental if some of this information were learned by other tenants. They could use that, like I said, to try to seek additional concessions. Yeah, I hope that helps explain.
Okay. Any questions?
Board members, can the assessor kind of respond in
Yes.
general? So we do actually have an exhibit set aside for this discussion, and it is the assessor's position that what we're talking about here doesn't quite fall under the category of trade secrets. So I just want to make sure that was known by you guys.
Okay, that it does fall under the category?
That it does not fall
not, okay.
into the category of trade
Okay.
secrets, yeah.
Okay.
I guess my main concern is we're using this.
You're back off.
There we go. You're good.
There you go.
Okay. Is that, you will be using the current, is this a new lease or is this, I'm going to put this aside, I'm getting an echo. Is this a new lease or one that you're currently negotiating?
So these were amendments to a lease that have already been executed. These were signed in 2016 and I believe 2014. But there are also internal emails to further substantiate clauses in the lease that have confidentiality clauses at the bottom of those emails. So this is something that our client would not publicly share. This is unique to their business practice. They are a publicly traded REIT. Sometimes information in leases are recorded publicly, and that's, within a memorandum of lease, you have the lease term, the tenants, very basic information. This lease amendment is very unique. It's very different. It, like I said, discusses the efforts that the landlord has undertaken to continue having this tenant at the center.
Okay.
Does it include, do these discussions include like some sort of monetary?
Correct.
Get back, okay, and that's sort of the secrets you don't want to.
Monetary and, I'm not sure, so one consists of monetary information, the other is, we're on the record, so I'm trying not to reveal too much, but,
Maybe we can hit it when we get to that section.
okay.
Miss Adams, would you be able to identify the pages in the exhibit that you want
So-
the board to mark confidential?
I have them here. I haven't
Okay.
shared them yet because I wasn't sure because our client would, if we cannot keep this confidential, then I can't go into detail about that, so I kept them aside.
Okay.
Are they information that still would be required under 441D to be provided? Because you can't keep it if it's covered by 441D, it's just if the board decides if it's confidential or not.
I mean, if I don't want to discuss it, and I don't believe the assessor's office is presenting it, then I don't see why it needs to be. It is, yes, we have provided it to the assessor's office.
Okay. Board, do you want the assessor's exhibit in response to this to review that?
Well, it doesn't sound like you, that's not in our presentation.
It is not, no.
Okay. And you're concerned about it. How do we handle that?
So I guess the concessions or new agreements, is it more reflective of the current market? Or is it,
Perhaps you could say so.
so it's, okay, so any tenant would be able to use this information to gain, obviously, a favorable.
Correct.
But maybe one that's more reflective of the current market? Is it more of an accuracy?
I wouldn't say that it's not correcting a rent, trying to renegotiate it to, our client's position is that the current rent, the rent that was signed in the renewal is the market rent. And the assessor's office is against using renewals as support for fair market rent. And we are trying to explain by sharing these documents that if you understood the underlying situation, this renewal actually does support that this is the fair market rent for the subject property, for the anchor.
Okay. So then if the tenants could use the same information, they could also achieve fair market rent, which implies that they're
I
paying
think-
higher than that right now?
I think other tenants, they could go to the landlord and seek to do a similar strategy, I guess, to obtain lease concessions.
Okay, and is that more reflective of current market conditions, these recent
Yes.
agreements? Okay, so it is, okay, reflective of very current market conditions, which all the tenants would be aware of. Okay.
If I could also share, because a similar issue came up on another case in San Francisco County, and the board there did agree that because the lease contained extraordinary business practices, that they were open, they did agree that it should be kept confidential, if that helps.
Can I have
Sure.
just a second?
Yeah.
We decide, wait a minute, we think the rent is 65, we don't have 65 cents or whatever. We don't have to hear any of that information. If we're really stuck between at 65 and 75, then we'll have to decide on the information. Decide then. That's okay with me. Is that fine? So we wouldn't close it off, we'll just.
Let her present without that information.
Both cases, but not close the case, then we'll go back, decide on that one issue, whether we need to hear the further information or not.
So hear both presentations in both classes and then decide if we need to hear
Right.
this extra information.
Can we lay a little foundation before? So I just want to make sure that I may not be keeping up with everybody. These portions of the leases that you want to remain confidential, do you need the confidential portions as part of your case in chief? Is that part of your, so you don't need
It
it?
strengthens it, in my opinion, but I can present a case without going into those details.
But your intention was to include it?
Yes.
Okay. And to the assessor, was your intention to discuss those those, we'll call them tentatively confidential portions of the lease? Was it your intention to address those during your case?
No.
No. I have some concerns about saying, about us deciding whether or not we need to hear it, because that if we were to, if she's saying her argument would be stronger if she includes a discussion of it, I'm a little bit concerned about saying, we don't need to hear about it. And then I have no idea how the hearing is going to go, but then if they lose, and so I'm a little bit concerned from like a due process standpoint about us deciding whether or not we need to hear it to avoid deciding the issue of confidentiality. When the remedy isn't that we do or don't hear the information, the remedy is just whether we close the hearing and whether the public file, that when people come to the clerk of the board and ask for the records relating to this case, those sections would be either redacted or excluded. So I guess I don't think that we should decide later. If she wants to present this as part of her case in chief, I think that we need to decide the issue about whether it's confidential. And then if we decide it's not confidential and she doesn't want to present it, that's her decision. So I think we need to decide whether we're going to treat it confidentially. And I have the statute, which is Revenue and Taxation Code 1605.4, which is basically about open hearings. And then, as I indicated below, it says the only thing that doesn't happen when it must be closed to the public is when anybody presents evidence which relates to trade secrets, the disclosure of which will be detrimental to the business interests of the owner of the trade secrets. So the question is the information that she describes a trade secret? And the disclosure of which would be detrimental to the applicant.
I would think it'd be a trade secret. I don't know, do we have to hear it before we decide? I know what you're talking about, the kind of things that go on that you don't want other tenants to say you came up with 65 cents, but actually they got $100,000 back or whatever the give back is. So those kinds of things, I think would, without hearing in detail, I think those would be considered trade secrets. So I'm willing to move that we.
So before the board deliberates or makes a motion, the assessor requested to present an opposing argument to the trade secrets. So I think we need to hear from them first, correct? All right.
Yeah, I do. My question is, I don't want to accidentally reveal if it's supposed to be confidential. Should the applicant maybe look it over and see if this is considered public or not? It's kind of just a summarizing of it. I'm not sure.
Okay, so let the applicant review first.
Right, or no?
Okay. And a possible solution, if she does think that it is confidential, and if you don't, I know how you guys present your evidence, if we can basically read it in closed session, so then it's non-public, and so the board can consider the arguments, that might be a solution.
Would that allow us to ask questions of the information we uncover in the back? Not really.
It would depend.
Yes. So
would
at some point,
depend on
it seems
what-
like we're going to have to just turn the cameras off. You know, I mean, we need to hear the information. We kind of agree with that.
Right.
You
So,
know.
so if your board, say the board were to see it right now and deem it confidential, then we'd be okay. I think the risk is if the board decides it's not a trade secret and then the applicant's already put it into record, then it stays in the public record. And the same with the assessor's exhibit. So if they submit this exhibit and the board doesn't deem it a trade secret, then this is in public record.
Right.
So that's the. Ms. Adams, do you believe Assessor's Exhibit D has any trade secrets in it that you'd object to?
Well, it does discuss what we are trying to keep confidential, yes.
Okay, in matters that are too specific to discuss on the record.
Right.
Um,
And
I mean, to county council, I guess the assessor has the right to put in the information and it's just up to the board to determine if it's confidential or not, correct? Because it's information in the assessor's possession.
So, I guess I'm trying to, because the applicant has indicated that, I think I heard her say that if it's not going to be confidential, she might not disclose it at all. And so if we're having so then kind of like why blow that? Why blow that confidentiality? If the board, if we say right now, we will introduce that as a confidential exhibit that the board can consider, and then the board can go back there and we can see if we can make a decision. And if we can make a decision, the board can make a decision based on the information that we've heard in this room and the information in the assessor's confidential exhibit, then we're ready to go one way or the other. If we can't make a decision based on that exhibit, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. So I think that what I would say is let the board look at that as a confidential exhibit, if that's okay with the assessor. And that way, the board can determine whether or not it's confidential. And and that we don't blow the alleged confidentiality by even having the discussion about it. If that's okay with all the parties.
I would like to say that the exhibit, the assessor's exhibit, addresses one of the two things that we would like to keep confidential. So, but I think the one that it discusses conveys the point.
Do you want to take the exhibit into closed session?
You have to so move or anything?
To take it in closed session? No, because we're not taking any formal action. I think we're just, you're gonna deliberate about the issue, and then we'll come back, and then you can make a motion, or try to get additional information.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
There's two that you gave.
Thank you.
Board members, do we get to talk about it at all, or no? Our exhibit? Or are you just gonna review? I'm a little unclear what, what the plan was.
I think that the issue, that you could talk about it, if you can talk about it without talking about the confidential information, but otherwise, I think we were gonna take it at kind of its,
Oh, I see. Can you give us 1 second?
no problem.
Now, they'll still get to argue about the points, if it just would be in closed session, it won't be.
No, they don't get to come in closed session.
No, when we have the cases presented, they still get to argue why they think these are, not, shouldn't be taken into consideration. They just won't be able to argue whether it's confidential or not. Is that correct?
It was my understanding that these lease provisions were not part of the assessor's presentation.
Yes, that's correct. I think we discussed it. I think the exhibit we shared is, I think, explanatory enough, so we're okay if the board goes and reviews it. Sorry for the delay.
It's a unique situation.
Okay, not sure how to phrase this. We had a small chat in back, and I'm looking for a motion to support the fact that we feel that this is in fact a trade secret.
So moved.
Thank you. And we will redact whatever portions of the meeting we need to when we,
Yes,
those
so just first, let me just confirm, I understand the motion is the board is determining these are trade secrets,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
and this Assessor's Exhibit D will be a confidential exhibit?
In its entirety or just the specific paragraph that references the trade secret?
We are fine if it's just this
paragraph. Microphone. Can you turn your microphone? Thank you.
We would be fine with just the specific paragraphs, and I'm marking that.
Okay, yeah, just a specific paragraph.
So is that paragraph 2 of Assessor's Exhibit D, is that correct?
Yes, it looks like.
And possibly paragraph 4 is also a trade secret? Ms. Adams, can you just confirm on Assessor's Exhibit A, is it just the page 2, paragraphs 2 and 4, what you believe contain your trade secrets?
I apologize. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then you're preparing your exhibits with the confidentiality right now? Okay. And Ms. Adams, if it'd be easier, once we hand out your exhibit, we can go through it as a group and identify the pages and paragraphs that are confidential. Because we'll need to put that on the record as to what is, specifically pages that are confidential. So if that's easier than going through them.
Okay, yeah, I've just finished, yeah.
Okay.
So the first, so this is the first part, second part. Oh, actually, I should keep copies from this.
Okay, thank you. Is this the confidential?
All right, board members, so let's go ahead and, when you have Exhibit 1, which is the main packet. I just want to make sure we get everything clear. At the back of that, Exhibit 2, from the documents previously submitted, will be the letter on the memorandum on the letterhead of Kaiser Martinson and Associates with the subject City of Moore Park overview. That'll be Exhibit 2. And then Exhibit 3, right behind that, is the letter to David Bobart, City of Moore Park, subject City of Moore Park Development Opportunities, so that'll be Exhibit 3. And then Exhibit 4 will be Moore Park City Council Agenda Report, which has City Exhibit 9C on the top of it.
What is Exhibit 4 again?
Exhibit 4 is the Moore Park City Council Agenda Report. In the upper right-hand corner, it says Item 9C. That'll be Exhibit 4. That is
It's in
the,
the paperclip behind the Kaiser Marston.
yeah, that's the letter to David Bob Bart, City of Moore Park, subject City of Moore Park market opportunities. It says page 15, August 26, 2016, in the upper right-hand corner. That'll be Exhibit 3. Does everybody have that? Listen. I think it might be, okay. You know what, they might be put together.
Behind number 2.
Chelsea, this is Exhibit 1.
They're from the same report,
Okay.
but they were excerpts from.
Oh, okay, so it's
Okay.
stop, okay.
So we should,
It starts at page 15.
I think it's fine.
okay. That'll be Exhibit 4. I mean, Exhibit 3.
Okay, and then item 9C is exhibit 5.
Correct. So that's the public exhibits. Is everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so then Exhibit 5 will be the first confidential exhibit titled Second Amendment to Sublease. I don't know if it'd be, since everyone's got that in front of us, Ms. Adams, do you want to identify what paragraphs, or is it the entirety of this document that is confidential for Exhibit 5?
It is paragraph 2 on pages 1 and 2.
And that's the one labeled number 2, not the second paragraph on the page, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Under the agreement.
Okay. Agreement, paragraph 2, okay. Any other portions of this document that are confidential?
No.
Okay, so Exhibit 5, the paragraph labeled paragraph 2 of the agreement is confidential. Exhibit 6 will be the email document. And Ms. Adams, is it the entirety of this email that is confidential?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 7 will be the third amendment to the amendment and restated lease, correct? That's Exhibit 7, the next?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us which page numbers have confidential information?
Yes, on page 5, it is paragraph L.
Page 5, exhibit, or paragraph L. Any other pages or paragraphs of this document that are confidential?
No.
Alright. And Exhibit 7 is a letter, and it looks like the entirety of this letter is confidential, is that correct?
I believe that should be Exhibit 8.
Oh, sorry, yes, Exhibit 8, you're correct, Exhibit 8.
Yes.
All of Exhibit 8 is confidential.
No, sorry, it does not need to be confidential.
Oh, Exhibit 8 is not confidential at all? Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay, so last question. Do you, when we get to these items marked confidential, will you have statements that you'll be verbally making that are confidential? Or will you just be referring the board to read these themselves so that we don't have to close the hearing?
I was planning on discussing it.
Okay. Perfect.
If it makes more sense, I could discuss this at the outset. I mean, that's not how I was planning on it, but if that's easier, I could.
It'd probably be more efficient at the end of your presentation, or were you planning it in the middle of your presentation?
Towards the beginning.
Okay. Let's just, it's fine, it's gonna require a bunch of shutdown regardless, so just when you get to the point you planned, let us know you're about to start the confidential discussion.
Okay.
And we will proceed accordingly at that point.
Okay.
All right, Chair Sisk, I think we are all good to go. So currently we are on the record still, and Ms. Adams will begin with the open portion and will let us know when it's time for the closed portion.
Great.
Okay.
Actually, one thing of clarification I think I should ask again. I think it might make more sense if we take questions regarding the open portion right after that before we go to the closed portion, and then do questions about the closed portion during the closed portion, so we aren't having to break up the questioning into an open and closed portion as well.
I was going to recommend that we do the portions, if the assessor has questions about the confidential portion, I do think that it makes sense to do those while the hearing is already closed.
Right.
I don't have the same or any opinion about whether they need to do, because it sounds like it's going to be open, then closed, and then open. And so, right?
Right.
So whether the assessor has to do questions about the portion before we go closed, I don't feel strongly about that one way or another.
Right, no, okay, I think at the open questions at the end, I guess. I just wanted to make sure we were clear that there may be a broken questioning period as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe we're all set.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and all of the documents. I know it's quite, quite a book here. So to start, when reviewing the assessment here and reviewing the property, one of the things that we noticed was the increasing vacancy, the declining NOI, and in looking at this further and researching the market, that's where we really discovered the challenges that this property is facing. And so I'd like to first talk on page 4 of our exhibit. You can see we have a chart here showing the vacancy trend. In 2017, it was just about 2%, slightly increasing in 2018. Again, obviously, in 2020, we reach over 10%. By year end 2021, we are almost at 14%. And below this chart, we have a list of tenants that had vacated on your left. So you'll see unit, the former tenant, square footage, the prior base rent that they were paying, and the date that they vacated. To the right of that, you could see which of those tenants have been replaced and at what rates they were signed at. What we are seeing here is tenants are vacating, and these suites are remaining vacant for multiple years. Papa John's vacated in 2018, that is still vacant. Berkshire Hathaway, 2018, still vacant, again, going down the list. So the landlord is having troubles bringing new tenants to the center, retaining existing tenants, and then when they are able to find new tenants, they're signing at lower lease rates than what the tenant was prior. So for example, Azteca Wireless, this is in the middle of the chart, They were paying approximately $35 in total, so this includes their base rental charge plus their expense reimbursements. They were replaced by a tenant, Medina Threading, paying a total gross rental rate of $24.86, so a $10 per square foot decline. The other notable thing about this is while retail centers typically sign leases on triple net basis, where the tenant is reimbursing the landlord for their pro rata share of common area maintenance, real estate taxes, insurance, things like that, they are now signing more leases on gross lease terms. And this is to entice tenants because it keeps their charges static. They are able to rely on this. So oftentimes expenses can vary wildly, and that presents challenges for tenants, particularly smaller, local, regional, your mom and pop style tenants. And so this here, the increasing vacancy is one issue, but then also the changing lease terms, which is reflective of the changing market conditions. At this time, leading up to this, it's also important to be mindful of the United States in general is in the midst of the retail apocalypse. So many tenants are being impacted by the shift to online shopping, and this is causing a dramatic paradigm shift within retail tenants, where you have your large national retailers who are closing record-breaking numbers of stores. Granted, this property doesn't have too many of those, but as you can see, Papa John's was one of them, Round Table is another. So the national tenants that they do have are also leaving. Those national tenants are able to pay higher rates. They have oftentimes the experience, the economics of scale, because they can operate multiple chains throughout the country, whereas your local regional tenants are not able to pay such high rates. And we're seeing more leasing to the local regional type tenants, not your national retailers. And Moorpark in particular has experienced a loss of numerous national tenants like this. So going to the next page, I'd like to go over just the general vicinity, the submarket, and what's happening at this time. So on page 5, you can see the map here. The subject is in green in the center of the chart, and the property is surrounded by 5 other grocery-anchored neighborhood shopping centers this is a 1-mile radius. Right next door, you have Mission Bell Plaza. It was previously anchored by Albertsons. They vacated in 2014. That store has been vacant ever since. It has not been released. So over 8 years, almost 9 years now. Grocery Outlet did join that center in another smaller adjacent suite in 2018. So there is competition next door with Grocery Outlet. Across the way, you have Tuscany Square Shopping Center, which was previously anchored by Fresh and Easy. They closed in 2015. That anchor suite remained vacant for 3 to 5 years. When it was replaced, the large anchor suite, because they couldn't find a larger anchor to take that full space, they actually demised the suite into 3 smaller suites where a pastry shop went in, Anytime Fitness, and Teresa's Pet and Feed. There's also a Walgreens across the way here. Over in the bottom left, you have Vons. As we get closer to the 23, you have the Village at Moorpark. Previously, you had Petco, Dick's, Staples. They all vacated. They brought in an Amazon Fresh as of February 2022. So there's, again, competition there. And then, as I assume everyone's aware, Moorpark Marketplace, which is easily the dominant center in the submarket. It has freeway visibility. It has a high percentage of the desirable national retailers that all shopping center owners would like to have. And again, that accessibility to the freeway, it makes it very superior to these others further down Moore Park Road. I'd like to now actually go to page 6. So the reason why this is significant, this is way too many shopping centers in a 1-mile radius. On page 6 is a chart that was published by the International Council of Shopping Centers in conjunction with CoStar. And they've provided this rubric here for what they would consider a neighborhood center, a community center. And this property is kind of on the border. It is a larger neighborhood shopping center, so I've highlighted in yellow the neighborhood center, but you could also maybe claim that it's a community center based on its size. In the far right corner, you see the trade size area. So typically, your neighborhood center can serve a 3-mile radius, or a community center could serve a 3 to 6 mile radius, just one. In 1 mile of the subject property, there are 6. So there is an oversaturation of neighborhood shopping centers, grocery stores in the 1-mile radius here, which is causing oversupply, lack of demand, and impacts the market rent that we should apply to the anchor. To stay on the market discussion here, I would like to switch over to exhibits 2, 3, and 4. I think if we could start with 4, exhibit 4. On the document, pages 143, 144, the City Council addresses some of the strengths and weaknesses of the Moore Park market. Some of the strengths are, it does have a high median family income, it's a safe community, excellent schools. These are all very desirable. But it also points out some very significant weaknesses that impact retail leasing in the city. The biggest one is a low population density, small trade area. As you can see here, they reported that typically major retailers are looking for about 100,000 people within a 5-mile radius. Moore Park is currently at about 80,000 people within a 5-mile radius. So you have many of these national retailers who are looking for spots, they overlook Moore Park because it doesn't have the demographics, the population size that they need to support their store. That's one of the reasons why you have seen so many retailers leave. Yes, some retailers leave because, like I mentioned, the retail apocalypse, they're just not doing well. They have to shed some stores. The stores that they're choosing to shed are in underperforming markets such as Moore Park. Another weakness is the low daytime population. So restaurants are not well supported because you don't have office workers going out to lunch, for example. Also on page 144, I think is an important point. Moore Park has enough vacant retail space to accommodate demand for the next 20 years, giving a negative appearance to some of the local shopping centers. So in this instance, the vacancy here is not getting, the brokers currently are struggling to lease the existing vacancy, and new tenants aren't necessarily coming. Again, on page 146, they discuss this again further. Retailers are reconsidering their suburban growth models, focusing on higher density, quote unquote, gentrifying areas. So Trader Joe's, for example, would not go into a market like Moore Park. Because they cannot support the sales and they do not have enough people that are willing to shop in the stores. I would also like to direct your attention to page 147, in the middle, the last highlighted paragraph here. It discusses Tuscany Square Shopping Center. This is the shopping center directly across the street from our subject property where the Fresh and Easy used to be. That property was on the market for sale, and the city worked with a prospective purchaser who was reluctant to enter into this deal because of the vacant anchor space. The city was trying to find tenants to release the anchor space. When that couldn't happen, the buyer fell out. So showing the challenges, the lack of demand, and the risk also within this submarket. Exhibit 2, so just to clarify, Exhibit 4 is the city council report that discusses the Keystone Marston report that is identified as Exhibit 2 and 3. A lot of this has already been discussed, but some things that I would like to point out here is on page 5. So the city is also located in a highly competitive Southern California market area. Credit tenants have many choices when making decisions, and the low population densities will hamper the city's attractiveness. The city also is bracketed by Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley, which are home to strong regional retail centers. These jurisdictions are capturing and are well-suited to capture demand from city residents due to agglomeration principles. So because the shopping centers, the strong shopping centers are already in TO and Simi Valley, they're going to continue to go there. One other thing that this report mentioned was because of the excess vacancy, they also recommend rezoning some shopping centers, particularly mid-block locations on Moore Park Road that are further removed from the 23. And specifically, they reference Mission Bell Plaza, which is to the right of the subject property. They discussed converting that to residential because the retail demand is just not there. Again, on page 7, they say it will be very difficult for the city to compete for large-scale national tenants given its small population base. Understanding this, the city should consider focusing on local and regional commercial tenants. So I think that covers most of the points that I wanted to discuss. So just detailing the challenges in this market. And so with that in mind, if we could discuss the confidential information.
All right, thank you. So before we enter the closed session time, your affidavit indicates approximately 5 to 10 minutes to present the confidential information. Is that correct, or would you like to revise that time?
Let's say maybe 10.
10 minutes, okay. And that's not including potential cross-examination, correct? That's just for you to present the information, right?
That was including some questions and back and forth. I think 5 minutes for me just to explain what's going on, and then a couple of minutes for questions.
So I'd say, just to be safe, Chair, let's say approximately 15 minutes, returning to the open session at 10:45 a.m. And then attending the closed session for the applicant will be Chelsea Adams. For the assessor will be Brooke Hill and Joseph Phillips. Is there any other representatives of the assessor that need to attend the closed portion? Okay, it will be the 3 members of the board and Emily Gardner, and then I, Brendan Vlahakis, deputy clerk, will be attending. At this time, I will now secure the room and stop the internet broadcast, and we will resume momentarily. You want to hang that up? All right, thank you, Chair Sisk. We are now back on the record at 10:41 a.m. after being in closed session for approximately 11 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are we ready to continue on with the non-confidential report? Or are you finished, or are you going to continue with non-confidential stuff now?
I'm ready to discuss our income approach.
Okay.
That- Okay, so if we could first turn to page 10, just so I could describe how we have categorized the rent roll.
Of which exhibit?
I apologize.
The main one? Okay.
Yes. So the property is anchored by Ralph's. Is everyone on the same? Okay. So we've categorized Ralph's as the anchor. CVS and Goodwill, as those are both over 10,000 square feet, we've put those into the major category. You can see there are 4 out parcels along the perimeter in the parking lot. We've put those into the out parcel category. Everything else has been placed into inline. To determine our market rent for the anchor suite, we are relying primarily upon the renewed lease rate at $7.50, based upon everything that we discussed in the confidential session. However, we also pulled market lease comparables within Ventura County. There was one grocery outlet that was signed in December 2016 in Ventura. This is a 20,000 square foot suite. They signed at a rate of $14.76 triple net. Another grocery outlet signed in Oxnard at 42,000 square feet, signed in November 2016. They signed at a rate of $7.18 per square foot. So we see quite a range here, and I'd like to point out that the second lease comp, located at 712 North Ventura Road, this is most comparable to our subject property. Our Ralph's is about 42,000 square feet, I believe. Sorry. Larger. The Ralph's at the subject property is 48,000 square feet. In looking at the lease comps on page 12, you'll see that the first lease comp on Telephone Road is for a suite that's roughly half the size, 21,000 square feet. So given economies of scale, it makes sense that their lease rate is higher. They're leasing a smaller footprint. The grocery outlet in Oxnard is much closer in size to our subject property. Again, you can see they're paying a much lower rate given this larger size. So for the anchor, again, we concluded at a rate of $7.50. For the major category, this is the CVS and Goodwill suites. The Goodwill signed in October 2015 for $10.80 a year. We also looked at nearby lease comparables. We kept this to a 20-mile radius, but there were several in Ventura County. The Fitness 19 in Simi Valley at a rate of $11 was deemed to be the most comparable. Lease rates ranged from $11 to $18, the weighted average being $14.86. We concluded at $12 based upon the recently signed lease with the Goodwill and putting primary weight on the Simi Valley lease comp, the Fitness 19 at $11 a square foot. For the inline space, we had several recently signed leases at the subject property. Both of these leases were signed on full-service gross lease terms, meaning the tenant pays a single rental rate. They do not pay anything additional for expense reimbursements. The first tenant, Farmers Insurance, signed November 2020 at $17.50 a square foot, full-service gross. To compare that apples to apples to a triple net rate, we've deducted an estimated expense charge. That estimate was at $5.54, and that was estimated based upon taking the total operating expenses as of year-end 2020 divided by the total square footage of the center. So taking the tenant's starting rate of $17.50, full-service gross, we deducted an estimated $5.54 for expense reimbursements to arrive at the implied triple net base rent, so that we could compare these apples to apples. So that would equate to $11.96 if we're looking at that rent on a triple net basis for Farmers Insurance. We did a similar methodology for Medina Threading. Medina Threading signed in October 2019. Their starting rental rate was $24.86, full service gross. Again, deducting the estimated $5.54 for expenses, this equates to a triple net rate of $19.32. We also have the two other leases. These were signed a bit earlier in 2016, but these were triple net rates as well. Sally Beauty Supply, they signed in September 2016 at $18 a square foot triple net. They later vacated in September 2021. The Tutoring Center also signed September 2016 for $23 per year triple net. You'll see the chart below. You should have a replacement page there. There was an error. In the chart, the annual rental rate, it should reflect the triple net rents. So for example, we adjusted Farmers Insurance and Medina Threading. So please be sure to look at the chart that is not crossed out. It should be on the next page. There's a second page there for your review. So the ranges of these recently signed leases at the subject property ranged from $70.50, oh, sorry, I have the wrong page. My apologies. On your sheet, I believe the average should be about $18.80. Is that what you show on the revised page? Okay.
18.59, yeah.
So in addition to the recently signed leases at the subject property, we also looked at lease comparables in the Moore Park and Simi Valley submarket. We were looking at suites below or under 10,000 square feet that were signed between 2018 and 2021. We located 7 that ranged from $14 to $23 a square foot, averaging $18.22. We therefore concluded a rate of $18 per square foot for the inline tenants. Finally, the out parcels. We have 3 out parcels here, a JP Morgan Chase, Taco Bell, and a restaurant that is on the corner that was formerly occupied by Grinders Restaurant. We did not have any recently signed leases at the time of the lien date, and so we reviewed retail lease comps within the Moore Park Simi Valley market under 10,000 square feet. We located 3, which ranged from $27 to $42, triple net, averaging $31.16. We concluded a rate of $30 per square foot. So I think we could move to page 15, vacancy and collection loss. We concluded 12%. This was based on the historical averages at the subject property, as well as market vacancy reported by CoStar in the chart below, which indicated 12% for the Moore Park Simi Valley Neighborhood Center submarket. We deducted expenses at the industry standard of 5% for retail properties. And we applied a cap rate of 6.75%, which was based upon 9 comparable sales within a 25-mile radius that were sold after 2018. These ranged from 4.95% to 9.86%, averaging approximately 6.9. I would like to point out that the lowest cap rate comparable, the 4.95%, that is located in Chatsworth in the San Fernando Valley. It has significant, it's a superior market, a higher population density. The others in Moore Park and Simi Valley are all 6% and above. The comp number one, the new Los Angeles Avenue in Moore Park, that sold for a cap rate of 9.86. This is the shopping center that is anchored by the Amazon Fresh. It had vacancy at sale, which the Dick's was vacant, and I believe it was Petco. We concluded at 675 based upon the weaknesses that we discussed in the Moore Park submarket, the increasing vacancy at the property and within the submarket in general, the shift to full-service gross leases, which shows a weakening market as well, and most importantly, the potential loss of the grocery anchor that the landlord is desperately trying to keep in place. So we conclude at 6.75. On page 17, you can see a map of the cap rate comps. And our direct cap is on page 18. So applying all of these conclusions, we arrive at a rounded fair market value of $22,901,000. We relied primarily upon the income approach to value, but we did perform a sales comparison analysis as a check for reasonableness on our value. We surveyed Class A and B grocery-anchored neighborhood retail centers under 200,000 square feet within a 30-mile radius, and trying to stay locally as much as we could in Ventura County and/or Los Angeles County. On page 20, this is the Amazon Fresh anchored center. We made adjustments for the anchor quality, age of the building, and we gave this the most weight at 45%. Given that this was in Moore Park. Comparable sale number 2. This is located in Simi Valley. This is called Mountain Gate Plaza. Property sold for $215 a square foot. We adjusted for the tenant mix, time of sale, and size. After adjustments, the adjusted sale price is $204 per square foot. Comp number 3 is another shopping center located in Simi Valley. This sold September 2020. The unadjusted sale price was $190 a square foot. After adjustments for anchor quality, size, and age, the adjusted price per square foot was $171. Comp number 4 is another shopping center located in Simi Valley. After adjustments for time of sale, location, age, and parking, the adjusted sale price is $308 a square foot. And finally, comp number 5 is the Chatsworth Plaza located in San Fernando Valley. After adjustments for size, location, and age, the adjusted price per square foot was $220. So on page 25, you can see our weighting. We gave the most weight to comp number 1 because it was located in Moore Park. Comp number 2 and 3 rated equally at 20%, and comp 4 and 5 were given minimal weighting. Under the sales comparison approach, we arrived at an opinion of value of $24,100,000. However, given the challenges with the sales comparison approach, not having access to property rent rolls, financials, and it becomes difficult to make adjustments to truly compare. We did not rely on the sales comparison approach. We relied primarily on the income approach, as we had significant information to be able to develop our value. So reconciling both of those, our opinion of value for the property as of January 1st, 2021 is $22,901,000. And that concludes my presentation. If there are any questions?
Okay. Does the assessor's office have any questions of the applicant's presentation?
Yes, thank you. So just to clarify, you were talking about a lot about vacancy and anchor vacancy and that sort of thing. The subject property, the anchor has not been vacant, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And let's see here. For the lease rate, you're using, let me turn to that, $7.50 a square foot per year. That translates to, sorry, the assessor talks in per month. So that translates to roughly 63 cents per square foot per month. Is that right?
Just let me double check if you don't mind.
It says it on your page 18.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, 63 cents.
Okay, and so my questions regarding that are, do you agree that the Board of Equalization instructs assessors' offices that when we're applying a rent to a property, we are to use a market rent, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so in support of this rate, you talked about the grocery outlet in Oxnard, and that appears to be the only market rate you have here that appears to support the subject rate, is that right?
So that is the only market lease comparable. However, under the income approach, we have to determine what is a reasonable income that this property can generate. Property Tax Rule 8 discusses that recently signed leases at the subject property are the best indicator of market rent, and those should be relied on. I understand that renewals present a question because typically the lease rates for renewal periods are determined at the original lease signing. In this case, based upon the activity in the submarket with anchors leaving other comparable shopping centers, with this specific tenant expressing a desire to leave, them signing this renewal reconfirms the market rate. As I mentioned earlier, if the landlord thought that market rent was twice that, or even several dollars per square foot higher, and if they thought they could get a replacement tenant, they certainly would have, but they couldn't. They were doing everything they could to keep Ralph's there, and were willing to accept $7.50 a square foot. So we do believe that the lease renewal signed in 2018 is reflective of market rent. So yes, we are relying on the renewal amendment as well as the lease comps in Ventura signed by Grocery Outlet.
Okay, and just for clarification, the original lease for Ralph's was in 1984, according to page 11?
Yes.
And I've looked over the lease. That 1984 lease does outline what the 2018 renewal option lease rate is, correct?
Yes,
So the renewal lease rate in 2018 was set back in 1984, is that right?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. The next question is going to be about, I'm going to skip over to your comparable sales approach.
Okay.
So you said you put, well, let me get to that, sorry. So page 25, you said you put primary weight on comps 1 and 3, is that right? Or was it just 1?
Comp number 1 was given 45%. Comps 2 and 3 were given 20% each.
Okay. Are you aware that comp number 1 was a REO distressed sale where the lender sold the property?
Yes, we decided to keep it because it was openly marketed. It was not sold at auction. There was a reasonable period of time for market participants to bid on to submit offers on the property. And I believe it was on the market for quite some time. If you give me 1 minute, I can confirm that. But given the lengthy marketing time and that it was openly marketed, we did find that it would constitute a fair market transaction.
And I believe it's in here, I'd have to try to find it, but do you know the vacancy for comp number 1 at the time of sale?
Give me a second, I could. I do not know the specific. I would imagine it would be above 12%, as there were at least one larger vacancy. Dick's was vacant.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Then for comp number 3, that is the sale of a single tenant Best Buy, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Did you feel that a single tenant Best Buy is comparable to an entire shopping center?
No, this was the best information that we could find. Again, that also factored into why we did not rely on the sales comparison approach because of the lack of reliable information. We selected it because it was in Simi Valley, and typically, a single-tenant national retailer such as Best Buy, those tend to trade for lower cap rates, higher per square foot. So we thought it was informative. However, we agree that it is not
Did you-
perfectly comparable to the property.
Did you make any adjustment for the difference in a single tenant and a shopping center?
Let's see, so we adjusted upwards for the anchor quality. We adjusted for the size. So let me see here. Yes, so a downward adjustment of 10% because this was a smaller property.
Okay. And then comp number 2, Mountains Gate Plaza. Are you aware of the vacancy at the time of that transfer?
Not off the top of my head. I do know that it has struggled with vacancy historically.
Okay. So according to CoStar, it had 20% vacancy at the time of transfer. That is higher than market vacancy, would you agree?
Yes.
Would that warrant an adjustment on the sales comparison approach?
So we primarily made physical adjustments, but I would agree that yes, adjustments should be made.
Okay. Let me double- Okay, so I think that will be all of the assessor's questions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the assessor or the applicant's presentation?
Yes, I do. The item you submitted as to an analysis for the Moore Park City Council, I guess
Yes,
one of the main problems was the population.
correct.
Do you have any idea as to population growth from 2016 to the date of the valuation?
I believe I have that. Per CoStar, I printed this in January before the prior hearing. Within a 5-mile radius, they are reporting 75,000 people in a 5-mile radius.
And do you know what it was as of the time of the report?
The report mentioned 80,000. I don't know if that was rounding, but I would imagine it stayed roughly flat, if anything, declined slightly, based on the information that I have. The, so the Keyser Marston Associates, actually, I believe it's Exhibit 4.
I just wonder if we have anything that's apples to apples, you know, because within 5 miles might be a different gauge than a different population that they were talking about in this report. I'm
So,
sure the city has grown. I don't know much about Moore Park, but I don't know if you have
Yeah.
an apples to apples comparison.
yeah, so all I have is Moore Park, so per the Moore Park City Council, Moore Park is currently at about 80,000 people within a 5-mile radius. I don't know where they're,
Okay.
but, and then CoStar, this is specific, a 5-mile radius of our subject property. They report 75,000 in a 5-mile radius.
Okay, thank you.
I could also expand, I could share, I have enough here I could share with you. CoStar reports annual growth between 2010 and 2022 of 0.1%.
Per year?
Good, yeah.
Okay.
Brendan?
Thank you. If you would go to, what is that, page 10, your site plan?
And just for the record, Assessor's Exhibit 9, Applicant's Exhibit 9 has been entered into the record. Thank you.
And Ralph's is the anchor, Goodwill and CVS are the majors.
Correct.
And then you have two other classifications. You have out parcel. And that, I assume, is Chase, right?
Yes, Chase Bank, Taco Bell, and then the restaurant on the corner, since that is a single tenant.
And is
The,
is that restaurant, what's the name of that restaurant?
it previously was Grinders. It was vacant as of our lien date. A new tenant is now there. There's Serendipity.
And do you know, did we have their rent at all?
I do. They are paying. Sorry, 1 second. So Serendipity, I believe they signed mid or late 2022 at a starting rental rate of $33. They also received $27 per square foot in tenant improvement allowances, which, including that, equates to an effective rental rate of $28 a square foot, triple net. And that is compared to Grinders, who was previously paying $37 a square foot.
So triple net, they're paying $28 a
Yes.
square foot?
That's effective, so that includes accounting for the tenant improvement allowance. If you look at the rent roll, their starting rental rate is 33, but the assessor's handbook requires that we also take into account concessions that were given, such as free rent or tenant improvement allowance. The tenant received a tenant improvement allowance in the amount of $28 a square foot. I can calculate what that is on a dollar basis.
Now, when you're making that calculation, are you taking it out all in 1 year, or over 5 year, or 10 year?
So to calculate our effective rents, we look at the rent that the tenant pays over the life of the lease. We subtract out the tenant improvement allowance, and we discount that annually. So I believe we used a discount rate of 3%.
Okay. And then lastly, on that page, behind the restaurant in yellow, what is that little building?
So that one, we actually grouped in the inline because it has multi-tenant, I believe there are 3 tenants there. So it's more associated with the inlines. You might, Kumon has recently gone into one of those suites there.
Okay, so that's not an out 10. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
We should see if the assessor has any questions about the newly introduced evidence.
Oh, yes, that's good. Yes, do you have any questions about the newly introduced, I guess it'd be exhibit number 9?
Oh, Exhibit 9, no questions about that.
Okay. All right, I think we're all set. I believe now it's time for the assessor's office to make their presentation.
Shall we take a break?
Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute break, and we'll return at 11:20. It is 11:20. We're back in session. It is time to hear the assessor's presentation.
And assessors exhibits A, B, and C have been submitted into the record.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll be starting on Exhibit A, page 2. This is kind of showing you all the different values of each parcel. We are appraising this as one appraisal unit, one shopping center. If you'll see in the recommended category, the assessor is not seeing a reduction for this property, and I'll explain why. In developing a market value opinion for real property, the assessor utilized the income approach. Due to the lack of reliable comparable sales available, the assessor did not utilize the comparable sales approach. So we're placing all our emphasis on the income approach, much like the applicant did. So my analysis starts on page 5. Before I get into that, I just wanted to talk about a little generalities here. So the applicant has said a lot of the perceived risks and shortcomings of the subject property. I am typically a numbers guy. I work with numbers. And so when I look at the numbers with the subject property, I don't quite see the same picture. And I'm just going to show the board what I see, basically. So we have different categories here for the subject property. We have an anchor space, which relates to the Ralphs. Junior anchor is the same as the majors that the applicant spoke of. There's also one medical office in the property. We did separate that out because medical offices tend to have slightly different rents than other typical retail. Next, pad spaces that would relate to the out parcel. Pad space and out parcel are kind of used interchangeably. And then we have inline retail and inline restaurant. Restaurants are separated out from typical retail because they do tend to have slightly different rents as well than normal retail sections. So this is a summary of everything here. I have the economic rent that the assessor estimated. We'll go into more detail about all that. Next, we have the vacancy, the 11.15% vacancy. That's the subject's actual vacancy as of January 1st, 2021. At least that's what the assessor calculated. I believe the applicant indicated, I think it was 11.84%. When I ran the numbers, that's not the percentage mine came out to, so I had 11.5%. So that's why I used that. It's very close to the market vacancy of 12%, so we went ahead and used the actual vacancy. If you'll see there, we have typical expenses, 5%, we're in agreement there. 5% is the standard for triple net leases. And then we have a cap rate of 6.2%, which I'll show why we use that cap rate as well. All right, so next page, we're gonna get into each rent and how I arrived at our rent indicator. So first up is the anchor lease comps. So I wanted to discuss the anchor itself. There's a quote from the assessor's handbook where they use an analogy, and I'm gonna be referencing that quite a bit here in my presentation. So the quote I want to read from is Assessor's Handbook 501, and it says, "Rents are, in effect, sales prices for short-term rights to use property. Appraisers apply these short-term sales prices in the income approach to obtain value indicators." So the analogy we wanted to use here is each lease rate is somewhat of a sales price. You can look at it like that. The subject property's renewal is at 63 cents per square foot per month. the way the assessor treats those is we treat it similar to like a sales price for a house or something. We have the subject property's anchor lease at 63 cents a square foot. We compare that to the market comparables available and see if, does that fall in line with the market comparables? Unfortunately, based on the comparables we have here, it doesn't. It's actually significantly less than the market would allow. So in those circumstances, we wouldn't use the subject's lease. We use what we determine to be a market lease. For instance, so I have a bunch of comps here. These comps are, some of them are less than favorable. The reason being, there's not a lot to choose from in Ventura County. The applicant provided 2 anchor lease comps. We included that, one of them, which was the Ventura Grocery Outlet. You see that third from the bottom. We included that in our comps, but I'll get into why we didn't use the Oxnard Grocery Outlet a little later. And then outside of those 2 comps, there's really a struggle to find other grocery tenant comps. So I had to keep expanding my search. I had to go a little further. I also had to expand the type of property. So a lot of these are grocery outlets, but some of them are major retail outlets as well. I did expand into those regions just because of the lack of comps. I just wanted to get as big a data set as I could and compare that and see, is there anything out there possible that would allow me to accept the subject's lease rate? And unfortunately, the answer was no. So if you'll see, I have bold monthly lease rate, and I have all the lease rates here. I did have 2 confidential ones down there at the bottom. The board can put as much weight as they feel necessary on those. It's unfortunate I can't share some of the details about those. So we have the unadjusted lease rates there. And I went ahead and made some adjustments to these leases based on location. One of the major areas that the applicant and I talked about was competition. So I wanted to make sure I addressed that in my comps, make sure I make an adjustment for ones that aren't experiencing much competition around them. And then size and age are the other 2 that I made there. So we have kind of 2 different indicators here. We have the unadjusted lease rates. These are quite important because many times appraisers don't make adjustments to the lease rates. They just use the stated starting rate as a market indicator. And then if you look at the, after adjustments, I have the adjusted lease rates, trying to account for a lot of the differences here. So you'll see that the bottom of my range is $1.05 per square foot. The height of my range is $1.50 per square foot. That's adjusted. I concluded 90 cents a square foot. So that's just outside of the subject property, or outside of my range of comps here. There's a few reasons I did that. Number one is the applicant and I spoke a lot about this property. We went back and forth with what we've seen. Initially, they had suggested 90 cents a square foot. In order to give them the benefit of the doubt, and taking into account a lot of their argument, you know, the location in Moore Park, there are some struggles there. I agree with a lot of the things she's mentioned, the demographics, that sort of thing. There are struggles being located in Moore Park. It's not a highly populated city. So I tried to take that in account with my chosen market rate here of 90 cents. I went slightly below my indicated range, even though my range didn't quite support it. I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt there, go as low as I could possibly deem allowable with the comps. If you'll notice, there's a couple significantly inferior ones that I'm even lower than. For instance, the Ralph's at Victorville, that's at $1,404 a square foot unadjusted. I'm even below that, and I would consider Victorville incredibly inferior to Ventura County. So with my chosen lease rate here, I tried to be as generous as I possibly could at 90 cents a square foot. And that's basically what I did in choosing all my lease rates. So for the next one, the junior anchor lease comps, page 7, you'll see I have a number of comps. 3 of them are, unfortunately, have to remain confidential. I was able to find 2 that weren't. So I have, a range there. The lowest is $1.50 unadjusted. Then I made some adjustments, and the lowest is $1.43. I went with $1.50, which was pretty much at the very bottom of the range there. That seemed logical based on the comps available for these properties. Next page is medical office lease comps. So like I said, medical offices tend to lease at a different rate than typical retail spaces. The one thing I wanted to mention on this one is it's unfortunate my third comp there has to be confidential. This is an incredibly good comp for the subject property. You'll see I did not make any adjustments to it. That's for a very specific reason. But despite that, I did conclude somewhat towards the bottom of my range there based on that Camarillo comp. I went down to $1.75. Like I said, that third comp there really makes me feel that that rate should be extremely higher than $1.75. But again, I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt here for the subject property. For retail pad space, or otherwise referred to as out parcel space, on page 9, I'm relying on 4 comps here. You can see they're unadjusted and they're adjusted lease rates here. And you'll see again, my low is $2.98. I'm concluding $3 at the very, very bottom of the range there. Next page, inline retail space. We got 5 comps here, adjusted $1.53 to $2.50. The very bottom, I went again towards the very bottom of my range, $1.60. There's only one in Simi Valley that would support that rate. Next page is the inline restaurant lease comps. Unfortunately, there's not a lot out there for this property type on CoStar, but based on our 441D responses, we actually do have quite a bit that we can look at for that category. Again, it's unfortunate they all have to be confidential, but we have some established ranges here. The lowest, $1.44. I concluded $1.85 just because most of them are significantly higher than that lowest one, $1.44. The $1.44 seemed to be a bit of an outlier. So I went to the next lowest one, which was $1.85, and that seemed the most reasonable and, again, the lowest I could go for that inline restaurant market rate. So next, I wanted to discuss the vacancy. So the next page is just a summary of the subject's rent rolls. I just threw the rent rolls all into one Excel spreadsheet so I can compare them. You'll see January 1st, 2018, the subject has incredibly low vacancies, 1.68% vacancy. Then it climbed a bit in 2019, January 1st, 2019, 4.53 vacancy, still really low, much lower than market. Next page, January 1st, 2020, it remained about 4.5, still incredibly low. And then for 2021, we did see that increase to 11.15%. Now, a couple things about that. That's still below market, right? I'm going to show that CoStar is showing that's still below market. CoStar has 12%. So the subject property through COVID, as of January 1st, 2021, is showing it remained well within the market, doing really well, actually. 11.15% is really good. I've appraised multiple shopping centers after COVID that they suffered greatly, a lot more than the subject property. So when I look at that 11.15% and see that it's below market vacancy, that tells me the subject's doing exceptional, and it's been doing exceptional the last few years, well below market. Next page is the CoStar vacancy rate. You'll see the prior years floating around that 10% if you're looking at that blue line. The blue line represents Moore Park Simi Valley Neighborhood Center. So it's floating around 10%, the market vacancy. And then you see that increase up to 12% for January 1st, 2021. So the subject property has been well below the market vacancy for quite a number of years. Next page, page 15. Again, this is from the profit and loss statements. I took all of the profit and loss statements and just put them on one Excel spreadsheet so I can compare them. If you look at the bottom of the page, so one of the statements and one of the things the applicant and I talked about is she had mentioned the NOI for the subject, net operating income, has been decreasing for a number of years. When I look at the net income at the bottom in green, there's the tiniest difference in those NOIs. These NOIs are extremely good. For a property that's struggling, you're going to see a significant decline in NOI. The subject property is not experiencing that. To go from the 2019 of 1.987 to 1.938 during COVID, that's really exceptional, actually. To be able to withstand COVID like that is remarkable, I would say, compared to what I've seen in other properties. And again, one of the points the applicant and I talked about was the subject property is a high-risk property because of its location, competition, Moore Park. Again, that's not what I see when I look at the numbers. When I look at the numbers at the bottom, you see these percentages. This is the percent or expense ratio that we have for the subject property. 2017, we had a negative expense. That means they made money from the reimbursements that the tenants paid. 2018, less than 1% expense ratio. 2019, it went up to 1.64. 2020, during COVID, it only increased to 3%. And as mentioned previously, the industry standard is 5% for triple net rents. 5% is the expected expense ratio that market participants are going to see. And the subject property is remarkably low for all the years, even 2020 where we saw a slight increase. And then we have the 4-year trended average at their 1.05%. So, you know, when I look at the numbers, I'm not seeing this high-risk property. So the next page is the summary of my cap rates and what I'm looking at for cap rates. So the applicant provided, I believe it was 7 or 9, I can't remember exactly. They provided some cap rates. I pulled out 4 that I thought were comparable to the subject property. So those are those top 4 there. 4.95% for the first one, 6% for the Simi Valley, 6.8% for another Simi Valley, and then 5.17 for 1,000 Oaks. So a little discussion on this. Comps 1 and 4 I would consider considerably superior to the subject. So it makes sense that they have really low cap rates at 4.9 and 5.1. Those are really low cap rates. That's not what we would expect for the subject property. On the other hand, we have a Simi Valley one at 6%, vacancy 3%, and then for Mountains Gate, we have a vacancy of 20% and a 6.8% cap rate. Now, vacancy is probably the primary factor that goes into cap rates. It's one of the biggest sources of risk when potential buyers are looking at their property. They're looking at what's the vacancy. If it's above market vacancy, then they know they're gonna have to contribute more money on top of their sales price to try to bring that property into a stabilized state. And this corresponds to higher cap rates. So a 6.8% cap rate for 20% vacancy, when the market vacancy in 2018 was 10% or less, that's why we're seeing a 6.8% cap rate there. So I know from these four, my cap rate is going to be higher than 1 and 4 because my property is inferior. The cap rate is going to be lower than 6.8 because my subject property has stabilized vacancy. It has for a number of years. And then the Simi Valley one at 6%, well, in my estimation, that Simi Valley was slightly superior. So I thought, you know, my cap rate needs to be somewhere between 6 and 6.8%. Now, looking at the market surveys here, you'll see all the various types. They all flutter right around that 6%. Some are slightly lower for like the Los Angeles regions are a little bit lower. But most of them flutter around that 6%. So I thought, based on these four cap rates that I looked at and analyzed, and based on these market surveys, I would estimate my subject property is probably a little bit more risky than these surveys, than the average survey. So I concluded 6.2%. That seemed like the best fit for our subject property because it took in a little more risk, but it also, you know, it needed to be quite a bit lower than that 6.8% that's at 20% vacancy. I mean, that property is well more risky than our subject property based on the numbers. So 6.2% seemed to be the best fit. It's also higher than everything else except for the 6.8% with the 20% vacancy. So I felt the 6.2% was actually quite generous for the subject property. So I want to turn back to my analysis real quick and kind of discuss that in general. So you'll see on page 5, what we did here was for most of these economic rents or calculated market rents we have here, I went to the absolute bottom of my ranges. The anchor space, I went even lower than the range allowed. And even with all these parameters being extra generous, I felt with the market rents and also being generous with the capitalization rate, I couldn't justify a reduction. No matter how low I used the numbers here, there's just no way I could get below the factored base year value. So you'll see my calculations here. I have 32,581,000 as my market indicator, and that's using the lowest possible rents I could use, the highest capitalization rate I felt I could use. And we have the subject's factored base year value. It's in that little table there that says base year values, 31,722,000. So that's why I didn't see a reduction there. If you turn to page 15. If you turn to page 17, I just use this as an example of what I think, for instance, if I didn't use the absolute lowest rents, but used more what I felt was in line with the market comparables, this is just an example of what I thought the actual market value would be for the subject property if I wasn't giving it the benefit of the doubt with all the chosen rents and the chosen cap rate. So you see some of my, the two rents that remain the same were the junior anchor and the pad spaces. These two remain the same because I felt the evidence there was strong for those market rents. But the rest, I did go up a bit higher. I used an anchor rent that was within my market range, $1.10. The rest I did go slightly higher, not at the very bottom of my ranges, which I felt was more indicative of a market value. And then I also used a cap rate of 6% because basically all of the market data on my cap rate page, besides one comp at 20% vacancy, the highest possible cap rate on any of those was about 6%, maybe 6.1 on one of those surveys. So I felt 6% was probably a more indicative indicator of a market cap rate. This is just for informational purposes, but I felt that if I used what I thought were probably more accurate market values, market rents, the market value just jumps up quite significantly to $37,900,000. Again, that's just a reference. That's not really the approach I want the board to consider. I want the board to consider page 5, where we did try our best to use the absolute lowest rents, highest cap rate possible, and still couldn't reach a reduction for this property. So that'll conclude Exhibit A. Moving on to Exhibit B. Exhibit B is just all the supporting documentation for all the leases, cap rates, everything. This is basically the documentation straight from CoStar with more information about all of these. That's there if anyone needs to reference any of that and see where I'm pulling this information from. Finally, Exhibit C. I wanted to give some discussion where I did consider the applicant's provided information and why I ended up disagreeing with that information. So I wanted to do a quick discussion here real quick. According to the Assessor's Handbook 502, Advanced Appraisal, when estimating the income to be capitalized, income and expenses are estimated on a market or economic basis. Market income, which is generally income from property rental, is based on market rent, which is the rent that a property would command, assuming prudent management if placed for rent on the market as of the appraisal date. It is the rental rate prevailing in the market for comparable properties, in contrast to contract rent, which is the actual rental income of a property as specified by the terms of the lease. So in order for a potential comparable lease to be considered a market lease, the property owner must have a vacant space in his property that he wants to rent out. The space must be advertised in some way so that the potential tenants can know the space is available. Once an agreement is reached, the tenant and property owner sign a lease agreement with a stated starting lease rate. This is considered a market lease rate because it shows the actions of the property owner and the tenant, which are the market participants. In the information that the applicant provided, some of the lease comparables were renewals and asking lease rates. Renewals are not considered a market lease rate because the tenant already existed prior to the renewal. Generally, renewals are not listed for rent because the tenant and property owner renegotiated the terms of the lease privately. Many renewals remain the same as the original lease rate, especially for anchor tenants. The property owner and the tenant both have an incentive to keep the tenant in the space because the property owner does not want the vacant space and lose money, and the tenant does not want to move or close their business. Because of this, renewals tend to be lower lease rates than the market lease rate. That's talking in generalities. Sometimes renewals, if they fit within the rest of the market, sometimes they can be market lease rates. In general, based on what I've seen, that's not usually the case. For instance, like the subject property, that lease was established in the 1980s. The renewal, the last renewal, that lease rate was established in 1980s. Like I said, I compared it to available market comps, all the comps I could possibly find, nothing supported it. So continuing on, the assessor does not rely on asking lease rates because they are not direct evidence of market participants. An asking lease rate is considered indirect market evidence, and the assessor does not rely on indirect market evidence. Asking lease rates reflect the property owner's opinion of what the market lease rate might be. The starting lease rate may be lower, the same, or higher than an asking lease rate. I've seen all three many times. The difference between the starting lease rate and the asking lease rate can vary considerably, which would have a large effect on the final value estimate in the income approach. Because of these reasons, the assessor did not consider any leases provided by the applicant that only had the asking lease rate and not the starting lease rate. So just to expand on that a little bit, in that example here, in the assessor's 501, I read how rents are like sales prices, right? So if we're relying on an asking lease rate, it's essentially we're comparing a sale or a subject property to an asking sales price. You know, that is less reliable than the actual stated started lease rate, which would correspond to a closed sale in the market, right? So that's the reason we don't typically consider asking lease rates. The same goes for listings. When properties are sold, we don't typically rely on listings, we rely on closed sales. So it's a similar kind of concept there when we're talking about leases. So page 3, I wanted to discuss why we didn't use that Oxnard grocery outlet as a comp. Now this looks like the only market evidence that would support the subject's renewal lease rate. So I wanted to spend some time on this, on why it's not actually a comparable. Kind of the minor reason that I listed here was at the time of the signing of this lease, there was 25% vacancy in that shopping center. So that shopping center was suffering considerably at the time of the signing of this lease. That's kind of the minor point here. The major point starts on page, well, the page number went away on that. It would be page 5 of this. You'll see it's basically the plot map here. This is from the plans when the grocery outlet initially was being built. Their tenant upgrades were being built and installed. So CoStar's showing that, hey, the building area is 42,000 square feet. Well, we're showing that 19,000 of that, almost half, is not used at all by the grocery outlet. They're using roughly half of that space. So I looked at this plan and thought, well, that's odd. Are they leasing the entire space or just part of the space? What's going on here? So I actually called the leasing agent involved with this, and they said, yeah, when they signed the lease, it was signed knowing grocery outlets not using any of that space. They're only using the rest of that space, which was, well, I don't have it quite, it's around a little more than 20,000 square feet. So I thought that's interesting. And then when I looked it up on CoStar, starting on page 6, again, I think I don't know where the page numbers went. Starting on page 6, you'll see that vacant space is being listed for lease. It's currently listed. Page 8 shows basically the same plan the assessor had. So what you're seeing here is grocery outlet is not using all that space, and it's going to be, they're trying to lease it out. So I looked at my analysis, so if I took what they're paying in rent and applied it to the actual space that they're actually using, I actually get $1.07 per square foot for this property, which would support the assessor's stated market rent for an anchor. That's if I apply the space they're actually using. So because of this, we ruled out this comp. It's an odd comp. It's equivalent to, in the sales price analogy, it's equivalent to, hey, we bought this house. We're only using the kitchen, bathrooms, and bedrooms, and the owner still owns the living room and the garage. Well, you're not going to then take that sale and apply it to other sales as a comparable. That wouldn't make sense. The same goes for this lease. They're not using all the space. Their lease was signed specifically with that in mind. So we see here, there's a reason it's an outlier, and therefore the assessor believes this is not comparable to the subject property. What is comparable is if you take the space they're actually using and divide it by the rent they're paying, it comes to $1.07. We think that's significant. So that's why we ruled out that comp. So after that, after you get past the lease, the marketing of that, next is the junior anchor. So after we eliminate the asking rates, because we're not considering asking rates, we're left with this Fitness 19. So there's a reason we didn't use this Fitness 19 when we're looking at our junior anchors or the major parcels. This is a gym lease. Gym leases are typically lower than general retail leases. They are different markets, and property owners treat these leases differently. It is appropriate to compare gym leases with other gym leases and general retail with other general retail. So across the board, every time I've ever worked a shopping center, gym leases are always lower than similar size spaces. Like across the board, it's super rare to see them comparable to general retail, in my opinion. So that's why I didn't use that one. It's a gym lease, not a general retail lease. Next is the applicant's inline lease comps. So after I eliminated any of the asking rates, I was left with these four, and there's a few reasons I didn't use these ones. The first one is that Maggie's Pharmacy. If you see there my remarks, there's no anchor tenant. It's a smaller, like basically a strip center, not a neighborhood center. I didn't find that to be comparable to our subject, which has an anchor and 2 junior anchors. These anchors kind of drive business for these inline parcels. So using a comp that doesn't have an anchor, it's gonna send your market rate a lot lower than where it should be. Discount Pool Mart, I didn't use that for the same reason. There's no anchor tenant. And when I looked at it, it's not exactly a shopping center. I wouldn't really classify that as a shopping center. The next one is Marie's Cafe. That was an odd one. CoStar was showing $1.75. Due to confidentiality, I can't say the exact lease rate that we were told and supplied with, but it was higher. The rent that was reported to the assessor was higher than the $1.75. Because of this discrepancy, I decided not to use it. CoStar says one thing, the assessor was supplied information that says another. That, for me, made it a little bit more unreliable, and I decided to use the ones that are more reliable. The final one, same issue, no anchor tenant. It was a smaller strip center. I didn't think that was comparable to our subject. Last page. So this one is significant. It's a discussion about the cap rates that the applicant used. The first one I had asked about, it's at a 9.86 cap rate. That's really, really high across the board in any market. Almost a 10% cap rate. That's incredibly high. There's a reason. It was an REO sale. It was a distressed sale. The lender sold the property. The lender's based out of England. Typically, especially for shopping centers, the assessor does not use REO sales. They are not common at all for shopping centers. You don't typically see the owner defaulting on a loan and then it being sold as an REO. That's significantly atypical for shopping centers. The other question I had asked was also, what was the vacancy for that? I didn't have it listed here, but I did look it up again. I remembered it was high. It had 27% vacancy at the time of its sale, significantly higher than market, and the subject property has always performed below market with vacancy. So that would make me not want to use that cap rate as well, along with the REO sale condition. Next is this Northridge property. In the applicant's documents, in their CoStar documents, this was referred to as an auction sale. The vacancy at the time was 45% vacancy, and Los Angeles County Assessor did not accept the sales price. The sales price was $15,511,000. They didn't accept that as market value. They actually enrolled $23,700,000 for this property. So this is not a reliable sale. It's not a market sale. And that's why the 8.25% is so high. It's an auction sale, 45% vacant. This is not comparable to the subject. Next is the Camarillo one. This one I could have used, but the 51821 was outside the 90-day rule. The 90-day rule only applies to the comparable sales approach, but the assessor likes to be consistent, so I apply it to all my approaches, income approach included. I try to keep the 90-day rule. I could have used this one, 6.3%. I looked into it, and we did get the financial information, the income and expense statements from the buyer. I'm not sure how CoStar calculated their cap rate at 6.34%. Based on their financial documents, I calculated 6.02%. So again, basically a 6% cap rate. I chose 6.2% because I felt the subject being located in Moore Park's more risky than in Camarillo, even though I would say this Camarillo one, that's excuse me, off of, I believe if my memory serves me, it's been a while since I reviewed it, that one is off of Las Posas, on the corner of Las Posas and Arneal, if memory serves me right. So it's quite removed from the freeway, where our subject is somewhat removed from the freeway, but much closer. Then the next one, I had mentioned it in my questioning, but that's the sale of a single tenant Best Buy. It's not the sale of an entire shopping center. A single tenant big box should be compared to a single tenant big box, not an entire shopping center. That just doesn't make sense. Last one in Agora Hills, 6.7%. This one also violated the 90-day rule at December 2021. But the big issue with this one was this one doesn't have any anchors. There's no anchor space at this shopping center. Like I said before, the anchors are what draw in more customer interaction for the inline spaces. Without an anchor, it's a completely different market. You're looking at a much riskier market than shopping centers with anchors and shopping centers with junior anchors as well, like the subject property. And that's why I didn't use that cap rate. Next is just where I pulled that quote from earlier. So with that, in conclusion, despite despite my best efforts, despite being as generous as possible, I couldn't get the market value lower than the Prop 13 value. So the assessor recommends that the board sustain the factored base year value for January 1st, 2021. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
Yes, I do. And actually, I'm wondering if, before I ask questions, if we could have a brief recess, because one of the charts provided in the assessor's presentation was regarding the income and expense information. And I think he made statements that I believe are inaccurate that I would like to verify before I begin the questioning. Would that be possible?
Okay, yeah. Do you want like a 5-minute break? You want 10?
Maybe 10?
Okay.
Okay.
So we return at 12:15, or what is it? Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to adjourn to 12:15. Thank you. we're back on record, and now it's time for the applicant to ask questions of the assessor's presentation.
Okay, thank you. So I think to start first, I would like to discuss the Fremont Square lease comp, so the Oxnard lease comp that we disagree on. This is the Oxnard lease comp at $7 that we are using that the assessor's office declined to use.
Okay.
So I think,
You know which page that is?
yeah, sorry, give me 1 second. I believe this is in Assessor's Exhibit C. Yes. Sorry, page 3. So the assessor stated that one of the reasons why this wasn't used was because it has struggled with higher than market vacancy. And on page 4, they've provided a chart of the vacancy rate, which obviously it skyrockets in between 15 to 17, 2017, sorry, 2015 to 2017. Would you say that that is because do you know what comprised that vacancy there? Would you say it was likely the anchor?
Yeah. Like I said in my presentation, that was kind of a minor point, but yeah, I'd say the anchor being vacant would contribute significantly to that vacancy.
So, sorry, are you saying that that's not a reason to exclude it because of the vacancy, or?
Well, I guess my point there was this property had been experiencing high vacancy for a number of years, as you see, almost 15%. And then they lost the anchor that jumped to 25%, over 25%. So my point there was that this property was experiencing basically hard times for quite a number of years, which could contribute to this low monthly lease rate. Our subject property has had quite the opposite, where they have extremely low below market vacancy. But the main issue with this comp is that most of the space is not being used.
But the tenant is paying, their lease covers that entire suite, does it not?
I'm unsure, I didn't get the actual lease.
Okay. May I introduce information? Because I have a copy of the lease detail
Yeah, I
to show
believe
that
so.
it is for a sublease.
Okay, yeah. What is that? Will be that number 9, 10? It'll be exhibit number 10.
Yes, so that would be, I believe we're at applicant's exhibit 10.
So on this detail, this is one of 2 for lease records in CoStar. And the reason why it's 2, so as you can see at the top, it's showing available square footage from 14,800 to 29,600. It's actually a duplicate, and that's because it's listed for lease as a retail space, and it's also listed for lease as an industrial space, because as the assessor has shown, the area is currently built for storage, so that's why it's listed for retail or industrial. But it is offered for sublease, so the grocery outlet lease was based upon the full 42,000 square feet, I believe. And sorry, the property, though, once that anchor was released, the subject property goes to 100% occupancy, correct? For a number of years?
According to CoStar.
So it's
May
not,
I make a comment about the exhibit you just?
what was that?
Can I make a comment about the new exhibit, or?
Yes.
Yeah. So I believe I mentioned it in my presentation, but I had a phone call conversation with the leasing representative. They said this lease rate was a special lease rate because the owner and the lessor knew that space wasn't going to be used. So the lease rate was determined based on that. My point is that's not comparable to the most of the market. That's not how most of the market works. They don't make these sorts of deals. This was a special deal that they worked out, and it's an outlier. It's an outlier for a reason. That's why it shouldn't be used. Like in my example, I said how it's equivalent to the someone buying a house but not using the living room and garage. You wouldn't then compare that to other comparable sales in your analysis because it's artificially low for a special reason. So that was kind of my points about why this one, it doesn't make sense to use this as a comparable.
But if the tenant were subleasing it, wouldn't they receive income or rent from the new tenant? So it's, I guess, one other question. Do you know what the asking rent is for the sublease space?
Let me see if it was in my documents here. I had the lease in here. So the brochure starts on page 6. I think it doesn't show up because it's blue. Let me see if it has the asking lease rate in there. No, so I don't see an asking lease rate in this brochure.
But you would agree they're not going to give that space away for free, correct?
Correct?
So would it really be appropriate to apply the rent they're paying to only the space that they're using? Because technically they're paying the same amount, and if and when they get a sublease tenant, they would receive additional rent that would still offset the rate that they're paying. So they wouldn't be paying $1, I think you said $1.70, so if you take their rent divided by the space that they're using, I think you said that equated to $1.70, was that correct?
$1.07.
$1.07. So that's not taking into account that, in theory, they would be receiving income from the sublease tenant, which would actually further reduce.
So I guess my response is I didn't use this as a comp.
Okay.
I didn't use the $1.07 as a comp. I merely spoke about that's what would make sense to me if I was to try and make this comp relatable to my subject.
Okay.
But I didn't use it as a comp
Okay.
due to the special circumstances with it.
Can I ask a question on this latest exhibit? Is this a current listing?
Yes, I printed that last night. That
Okay,
is
thank you.
current. Okay. Would you agree that now that the property is fully leased, that it is comparable to the subject property?
What would be comparable? The lease rates?
The property in general, size, the tenant mix, location, is it comparable in other terms?
If it's sold? I'm not sure what you mean. It didn't sell, and I didn't use that
Right.
lease.
Right, but would you consider it a comparable property to the subject?
I believe when I was looking at its location, I thought it was slightly inferior. It's been a while since I looked at that one, so I can't say for certain, but if memory serves me, I thought it was a bit inferior than in location to our subject being where it's located in Oxnard.
Okay. Would you say that our subject property being further removed from the freeway also makes it inferior?
Yes, I did mention that in my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
I mentioned that when I was considering, I believe it was the cap rate that I wanted to use. I believe I mentioned that.
Okay. So you do agree that the city of Moore Park is an inferior market compared to other Southern California markets, and yet you are using lease comps from Los Angeles County, Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino, which are all considered superior. And I see that you've attempted to account for those differences by making adjustments to the location. And from 5, 10, 20%. 20% seems like quite a significant adjustment, and I'm wondering if you could share with your methodology or reasoning for why you came to 5 or 10 or 20% for some of these?
Yeah, so that pretty much came down to appraiser judgment when I was looking at the differences in location. Basically, a 5% would mean I thought they were either slightly superior or slightly inferior. 10% meant kind of like average, and then 20% meant kind of grossly superior or grossly inferior. That was kind of my judgment for that.
And I noticed also in your anchor lease comps that you were including non-grocery stores. Do you find, how would you say that grocery store leases compare to other general retail type leases? Are they higher, lower, roughly the same?
Well, if you look at the range, so if you look in this set specifically, you'll see the groceries are pretty much in line. They all kind of bounce around the same numbers. So I would say they're pretty similar. But maybe to answer your question, yes, typically you would try to have grocery anchors with grocery comps. I believe I explained the reason why I kind of grabbed everything was because I did have to expand my search so much to try and find adequate comps. I wanted to throw in kind of most of my results, and that was to also show that out of everything I searched, there's absolutely nothing anywhere close to the subject's renewal rate. So there's a couple reasons why I kind of grabbed a large sample size there.
Based on the information that I presented in the discussion of the Moore Park submarket, so the city council agenda, the Kieser-Marston report, would you say that these tenants that you've listed on your anchor lease comps, would they be likely to lease space at the Moore Park, at the subject property?
So when you get into comparing tenants, that's where you start entering the realm of, instead of a simple fee appraisal, you start entering the realm of a leased fee appraisal. So for a simple fee appraisal, it's discussed and taught by the BOE that you don't exclude potential tenants because of the type of tenant or if they're a national tenant or a local tenant, that sort of thing. That's where you start getting into a leased fee appraisal. We're looking for simple fees. So for simple fee, the thought process is your subject property can command any kind of potential rent in the marketplace. So if you start getting into differences in tenants, that's where you are. That's a leased fee argument.
Is it though? Because we have to project what the property could command. And if we're looking at the subject property, knowing what we know about national retailers leaving, the city council is recommending an emphasis on leasing to local regional tenants, and we know that local and regional tenants pay lower rates. It seems irrational to conclude that we should be selecting, higher rents, that tenants who wouldn't join this submarket.
So Ralph's is a national tenant. CVS Pharmacy is a national tenant. I think Goodwill is a national tenant. The subject has multiple national tenants there. It's got a Taco Bell, Chase Bank. I'm sorry, I don't see the argument.
Because Ralph's would like to leave. So I think the point there is that Ralph's wanted to exit the subject property, and they have only agreed to stay, paying the rent that they're paying, and also receiving significant financial incentive. But anyways, I can keep moving on. I know we don't have much time here. Okay, on to page 7 of the Assessor's Exhibit A, the junior anchor lease comps. Are you aware of the size of the CVS and the Goodwill?
The size of the CVS and Goodwill, for the subject?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I have it in. So the CVS is 18,000, the Goodwill is 12,000.
So would you agree that for the lease comps, the Five Below and the Exer Medical, which were for building areas of approximately 8,500, are those comparable based on size, or should adjustments be made for size?
I thought they were comparable. I was looking at junior anchor type of spaces. So in their respective shopping centers, they are considered the junior anchors, so I thought they were comparable. I did not do a size adjustment on those ones, no.
And you agree with that still?
Yes, I do.
But do you agree that tenants generally pay a lower rate per square foot for larger sized units?
Yes, that is the trend. If you'll notice, I still use the absolute bottom of my adjusted, which is basically the absolute bottom of the unadjusted. And the ones down below the 3 confidentials are much closer to the sizes of the subject property.
Okay. And I noticed that on all of the lease comps, you don't identify if these are asking, starting, or effective rates. Is that information in your supporting documentation?
Yes, it would be in the Assessor's Exhibit B supporting documentation. These are all either starting or effective rents from CoStar, besides the confidential ones, obviously. There's no asking lease rates in here.
1780. Because I do see one here that is identified as a renewal. I'm trying to figure out which one this was. I thought this was a pad. So on page 9, the retail pad lease comps, 1788 South Victoria. This is identified as a renewal in the CoStar record.
Can you repeat that one again for me?
So on page 9,
Yeah.
the bottom lease comp, 1788 South Victoria Avenue. When I look at the CoStar, so your supporting documentation, page 19, it's identified as a renewal.
Oh, yeah. So let me double check. Sorry, it's been a little bit of time since I reviewed it. Give me 1 second to consult my notes here. I believe I had a reason, but that does escape me at this point. My apologies. This was originally supposed to come before the board back in January. So there's some aspects I haven't brushed up on in quite some time. Like I said, I think there was a reason. It escapes me at this time, but if it is in fact a renewal, then I would ask the board to disregard it then, if that's the case.
Okay.
Maybe just put an asterisk next to it.
Thank you. Okay, so then next I'd like to go to page 15 of Exhibit A, I guess Assessor's Exhibit A. I'm wondering if you could first please clarify at the bottom here, less cams, I'm just having trouble following what this spreadsheet is.
Sure, yeah. So what I do in these Excel spreadsheets is I put everything from the P&Ls on this Excel spreadsheet that's considered operating expenses and allowable under property tax laws. So you'll see at the top, the green total income, that's just simple addition there. At the bottom, total expenses, again, simple addition there. What I do for less cams here is I take the total expenses less the common area charges that you see at the top, and I believe also less insurance, because that's the owner's getting reimbursed for his insurance costs. So I take the expenses less what he's being reimbursed, and that's where the less cams come from. The net income on the bottom is just simple subtraction. Total income minus total expenses gives us that net income. And then the expense ratio at the bottom, the percentage, what I'm doing is I'm taking the income without the cams, and I'm taking the expenses with the reimbursed cams. So what I'm trying to get to here is what is the income the owner's actually getting versus what is the expenses he's actually paying. Simple division gives us that percentage there for the expense ratio that the owner's exhibiting. So that's basically how all these calculations are calculated.
So I would like to rebut some points here because, so am I correct, you've excluded real estate taxes from this calculation?
Yes, under property tax laws, we have to exclude the taxes.
Okay. If I could I'd like to compare with the actual financial statements, and I believe I know that I have it in the applicant's exhibits. Let me give the page for you 1 second.
So I think it starts on page 29 of your exhibit 1.
Yes, thank you. So the first year we have is year-end 2018. So I'd like to compare the common area charges. The tenant received, or sorry, the landlord received $391,000 approximately. And comparing that to the common area charges, the total common area expenses were roughly $404,000. Oh, I'm sorry, I referred to the wrong point. The common area charges were $391,000 compared to total CAM expenses of $404,000. So there is a loss there. They're not fully recovering their common area charges. Again, going to 2019, they received $413,000 for common area expenses, but the actual expense was $443,000. Moving to 2020, the landlord received $324,000, but the CAM expenses were $375,000. And finally, in 2021, the landlord received $305,000, but the total common area expenses were $432,000. So to say that the landlord is making money is inaccurate. The landlord receives base rent, and then expenses are handled separately as additional rent. They are paid specifically for CAM, for insurance, and real estate taxes, and those charges go to paying those expenses. I believe the assessor it appears it might be, you tell me if this is accurate, is any revenue from the minimum rent going into your calculations here?
So I think you're misunderstanding a bit. So if you look at 2017, which is the first year I have on my sheet, page 15, you see how less CAMs is negative almost 11,000? So that means that's basically an income of almost 11,000 after expenses. The rest of the years, 2018, 19, 20, the 17, the 33, the 59, where it says less CAMs, that's all an expense. So that's a loss of money, not a gain of money. So I believe, based on your statements, this would be similar to what you were indicating when you went through the budget or your exhibit.
Although I just would like to clarify that if you do compare common area charges to common area expenses, real estate revenue to real estate expense, the discrepancy there is more significant than what is being shown in this chart here.
So I try to make it as simple as possible. So what I've done is I took the actual income that the owner receives, which is minimum rent, percentage rent, specialty rent, although that was just 1 year, and late fees. Combine those all together. I subtracted that from the expenses remaining after CAMs are taken out. So that second line from the bottom there where it says less CAMs, that gives me my expense ratio. So this is telling me what the owner's actual expense ratio is. I'm not entirely sure how better to explain it other than that.
So I guess I would just like to clarify how our client and every other client that I have ever worked with, these leases are triple net. So the base rent that they received is generally the income, the profit that they receive. The expenses, those should even out. That's what they intend to do with their additional charges for CAM, real estate taxes, insurance. And so I do think that this is a flawed methodology to also consider the minimum rent and other charges. because it's essentially the landlord is having to pay for a greater share of their expenses because they are not receiving enough expense reimbursements. So that money is now coming out of their minimum rent. Whereas with the triple net lease, typically the expenses are covered by expense reimbursements. They do not need to have to go into the minimum rent that they receive, is the point that I would like to make there.
So just to clarify, both the applicant and the assessor both use 5% market expenses. We are in agreement on that. This was just to show the actual expense ratios and the actual expenses that the owner is getting. If you look at their operating costs, less, those categories we can't include, such as property tax and some others. Again, both sides agree that 5% is appropriate, so.
Where we disagree, though, is what I think the assessor is trying to show is that really the expense rate should be maybe 3% or lower. Is that correct?
No, I was just simply showing how, so my point here that I was trying to make in my presentation is when the applicant and I were discussing this property and, a lot of emphasis was on this is a high-risk property. The factors that make a property high risk, you're going to see higher than market vacancy. Like I said, I'm a numbers guy, sorry. Higher than market vacancy for high-risk properties across the board. I've appraised many shopping centers that are high risk. We've presented one before this board. The expenses, a lot higher than market expenses. You're talking, for triple net, it's expected 5%. For a high-risk property, you're seeing 20 to 30% expenses. So my points here were just to kind of show, when I look at the numbers, I don't see this high-risk property. I actually see one of the best properties I've seen perform, even through COVID. Like, this is quite impressive when I look at it compared to a lot of the other ones I've seen. That was simply my point. I wasn't trying to say we should use a lower expense ratio. I agreed, we both used 5%. So that was simply my point with looking at how the income and expenses kind of laid out from my point of view, looking at the numbers.
So because you mentioned the expense rate, I think it's very important to compare the CAM revenue to the CAM expense, the real estate revenue to real estate expense, et cetera, because in 2021, the recovery percentage is 88% for real estate taxes, 71% for CAM, and 78% for insurance. So that's, we're talking about 7 to 18% expenses that are unrecovered there. So I would just like to clarify that.
Maybe perhaps the difference is I'm excluding things that I feel are not operating expenses that perhaps you're including. That's the only thing I can think of, other than, I do a similar thing for all shopping centers. And, I just throw the numbers on there. I let Excel tell me what the answers are. So that's what I got for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, just 1 second. One other point of clarification. On page 14 of Assessor's Exhibit C, This is your discussion of the cap rate comps that we utilized. You've referenced here past the 90-day rule, and I want to just reiterate that you did say that that 90-day rule only applies to sales used within the comparable sales approach, but there is no 90-day rule for which cap rate comps you can use.
That's correct. The 90-day rule only applies to comparable sales approach. Like I said in my presentation, I personally and a few others at the assessor's office apply the 90-day rule to all our approaches, just to remain kind of consistent in all our approaches. But yes, there's no 90-day rule for the income approach.
And the board is not barred from considering them.
No, the board can consider them. I was just explaining the assessor's preference with that.
Okay, thank you. I think also for the Camarillo sale, with that closing May 18th of 2021, typically it takes 60 days to close, factor in timing for negotiating the PSA. It is, would you say that it is reasonable that that cap rate would have been known within the 90 days prior to March 31st, 2021?
So we're discussing January 1st, 2021. We're discussing what a reasonable market participant would know as of January 1st, 2021. The likelihood of them knowing a 518, it's possible. I don't think so, but possible. I did say when I was talking about this is one I could have used. I tried to explain why I felt it supported our cap rate. So I didn't technically use it, but I did explain that I thought it can be used. So, yeah.
Okay, I think that concludes the questions that I have.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions of the applicant or the assessor's presentation?
I have a number of questions, but rather than getting into those right now, can we take our our lunch break and come back? Because I think I have about 4 questions, so that's
Okay.
going to probably, with answers, may take at least 20
Well,
minutes.
are we okay with that? Do you want to do lunch break and then have final questions, or do we want to do final questions and then lunch?
It's my understanding that neither party has a rebuttal, so they just have closing, so it should be very quick after the questions are answered. So-
Okay.
I would appreciate a lunch break if that's okay.
Okay, and it was close to 1 o'clock, so I know I don't want to push this another 20 minutes and have it
Maybe-
start fading.
Before we break, can we confirm whether the assessor has questions of the newly presented exhibit by the
That's
applicant?
perfect, yes, thank you.
This was the lease, right? No, I think the assessor covered all the relevant topics for that one.
Okay, so then I believe we'll take a lunch break now, and we'll return, and we'll have our final questions, and then we'll go to closing arguments.
Thank you.
Okay, so what time we want to return? Do we want a whole hour? Return at 2 or 1:45?
An hour sounds,
Hour fine? Okay, so we'll return at 1:55.
thank you.
Okay. All right, we're on lunch break. Court's adjourned.
And Brendan, you'll make sure nobody gets deconflicated.
All right, it is 1:55. We are back on record, and I believe now we are going to ask questions of the applicant's presentation? Or,
I have just one point, because I forgot I did want to introduce one thing on rebuttal. Is that okay, or is that,
that's fine, yeah.
okay,
we're
thank
kinda-
you.
So that'll be after the assessor's presentation's complete.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
So
their presentation's done and we're asking questions, correct? Okay. Okay,
Okay, board question. Just to start out, full disclosure, your page 9 on Exhibit A, back to the infamous Rubio's Restaurant, and that's on Victoria, the LA Fitness. That's my gym, so I'm a little familiar with that restaurant. And I think this is under pad leases. 2002, 2001 is the square footage. I know from having eaten there, there is a little patio area, and I don't know if you know, is that included in that or not?
Sorry, I wouldn't know that, no.
Okay.
I'm just, so that's basically taken straight from CoStar, and to my memory, I don't think CoStar says if, or delineates between the two.
Okay. If we can go over to your, which one is this? Exhibit C. I think you may have mentioned this, but forgive me, so much information was presented, it's hard to keep track of everything. But let's, applicant's cap rate used by the assessor, page 14. And you discounted the, I think you said not to be used, the one on Moore Park, the number one on Los Angeles Avenue. And apparently the bank sold the property, is that when you say REO, you said?
Yes, so the lender, which is based out of England, is the one that was the seller on record.
Okay. And do you anything else about that property? I mean, typically when a property goes into foreclosure, it's because it's having some financial problems. They make an attempt to sell that property, and it gives you some indication of what's going on in that area. So I was wondering, do you know if that property was listed before that sale?
Unfortunately, I don't know that specifically. I know, so what I do know is it was 27% vacant at the time of this sale. I know the
It was
the owner-
28% vacant?
27% vacant, yeah, for that February 25th, 2020 sale. It's 27% vacant. It was the owner defaulted on the loan, the seller sold it. I think the other thing I wanted to mention, I think I forgot to mention, is this property has come before the assessor quite a few times in support of higher cap rates. It's actually been presented before the board once before. I think it was perhaps 1 or 2 years ago. It was another shopping center type of property, and this got brought up, and I guess I would say it got discredited at that time
Okay.
as well for being a proper comp.
And do you remember the anchor in that property? Or did it have an anchor? Is that part of the problem?
I think if my memory serves me, I might have to try and double check, but I believe the anchor was vacant, and then the Amazon Marketplace came in after the sale.
Okay.
I could be wrong about that, though.
I could clarify. So Staples was the former anchor. They were vacant. At the time, Petco and Dick's were there. They vacated in 2021, so after this sale. Amazon Fresh joined February 2022.
What is it, Vicks, did you say?
Dick's Sporting Goods.
Oh, Dick's Sporting Good, okay. Okay, thank you.
And if I could clarify, they moved to Thousand Oaks. They built a new store in Thousand Oaks.
Okay, thank you. Now, you separate out medical offices from what, applicant calls, I believe, inline, is that what you
Yeah,
call it?
inline. Yeah.
Inline. And can you explain why you feel there's something about these particular spaces that make them exceptionally well-suited for medical use?
Well, so my reasoning for doing that is I have appraised a number of shopping centers, and there are occasions where there's a medical use, office use, like maybe a chiropractor, dentist, that sort of thing in the shopping center. From my experience, these tend to have a slightly different rental rate than kind of the general retail inline. So whenever a property does have a medical office, I try to compare that specific space to other medical office, because it happens regularly enough to where, in my opinion, there is a difference between the general retail and the office spaces. Yeah, so.
And I know you have a tough job, but is there any way from the information you get to separate out what is sort of the base rent, and then maybe the landlord is doing some work in the interior or something and that's reflected in the rent? Do you get enough information really to separate that out?
We do when we're supplied the leases themselves and we have the tenant improvements and that sort of thing. For these office ones, let me go ahead and double check. Yeah, so for the medical office, I relied on 2 from CoStar. The last one, we didn't have the actual lease, so I don't know that information. The confidential one, that was just reported on what is essentially a rent roll under 441D. So it basically, it gave kind of the basic information, but not the full details of the lease.
Okay, thank you. Applicants, page 21, which I believe was used for the comparable square footage, which was a a 6/28/219 sale on Los Angeles Avenue. And that's Los Angeles Avenue, Camarillo, correct?
Simi Valley.
Oh, this is a Simi Valley one.
Yes.
So that's also the same one in the cap rate comparables. That's the Mountain Gate Plaza comp. And that's the one I was discussing had the 20% vacancy at the time of the sale.
And the reason you don't think I showed 6, wait a minute, excuse me for a minute. Are you talking about number 4?
Number 4.
On your, it says applicant's cap rate comps not used.
Oh, no. So I'm referring to, sorry, Exhibit A, page 16. I have those top 4, so it'd be the third one down there, Mountain Gate Plaza.
Hold on. 14, 15. I don't have a page 16. Is it on?
Exhibit A of the
Oh, Exhibit
assessors?
A, okay. So you did use that?
Yeah, so I used it as a cap rate comp. What I wanted to demonstrate there was that high vacancy, that over market vacancy of 20% is what's driving that high cap rate of 6.8%. So that because the subject properties experience a market vacancy, that kind of gives me a guideline to know where the market cap rate should be. Like I said, I concluded 6.2%.
Hold on, I'm trying to match them here. So that's the 6.8 is the cap rate from the sale, correct?
Yes, the sale on June 28th, 2018.
And did that include, was that with the 20% vacancy in there, or was that based on some sort of stabilized vacancy, or do you know?
The cap rate of 6.8%?
Yeah, you have your cap rate is 6.80, and
Yes,
you have a vacancy of 20%,
yes,
which is a high vacancy.
right.
And I'm just asking if that 6.80 reflects the 20% or reflects a stabilized with a deduction for a few years at 20%? Do you have any idea?
No, it should just reflect the 20%.
So you took the income, took 20% off, and you got that 6.80?
No, oh, no, sorry. That is the reported cap rate from CoStar, 6.8%.
But you don't know how they got it, though.
No, I don't have access to their financials, so I'm accepting what the CoStar reported for that one.
Okay. Then, lastly, I think I know the answer to this, but I want to make sure. You show a pad spaces, which are slightly larger than the square footage that applicant is reporting. I'll let you explain it. I think I know what it is, but I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, so I took all the pad spaces that aren't in line with the rest of the shopping center. So I believe the difference there would include, I believe how she mentioned those ones that had multiple tenants. I believe it's 3, if my memory serves me. I included that in the pad space as well because they are separated from the rest of the inline. Those, even though it's a multi-tenant kind of out parcel, they do typically experience a little bit higher rents because they have more exposure, that sort of thing. So I did include those space.
So, for instance, if you're talking about the Chase, well, I don't think you were talking about the Chase because that has a different, but if you're talking about the restaurant, you're looking at it as a pad space versus she's looking at it as the square footage of the building. Is that accurate? I mean, what you're doing.
No, I think we're both looking at it the same way, which is like the square footage of each building that are out parcel. What she mentioned is one of those buildings has more than one tenant, and I treated that as a pad parcel, whereas she treated it as inline. So that there's just basically a difference of opinion there for how that should be treated. I think that's the difference in the square footage.
Well, let me get more specific so I'm clear on your answer. On your page 5, you show a total square footage of 133,547.
Yes.
And on her page 18, she shows a square footage of 132,630. So there's a difference there. And I can understand if you're saying the pad is actually bigger than the building, but I'm not sure, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Oh, okay. I think I was misunderstanding your question. My apologies. Okay, so you're talking about, all right, I see. So,
I'm looking at just the total square footage
Yeah.
of everything. And it's
So
a
her-
discrepancy. It's not a huge discrepancy, but it is
Yeah.
a discrepancy.
to be honest, I'm not sure what the discrepancy is. Let me double check one thing real quick.
But you see what I'm talking about, right?
I do see what you're talking about. Sorry, I misunderstood
No,
earlier.
take your time, because we want to get an accurate picture of this property.
So my square footage, if you look at page 12 and 13, my square footage comes from, these are basically my excerpts from the rent rolls. So my square footage comes straight from the rent rolls. I can't, I'm not entirely sure why there would be a difference there.
If I could chime in, there is an error in ours. It should be 133547, and I'm trying to figure out
Where it was?
what that might be. I think it has to do with a lease that was in process, which would have been just a clerical error on our mistake, on our part. Let me just confirm 1 second. That's what it was. So on the year-end 2020 rent roll, what happened here is, so this is page 44 of applicant's Exhibit 1. You'll see a summary at the bottom. Let me know when you're there.
I guess the only question is if you accept the 133,547.
Where should it go?
Yeah,
It should be added to the inline on my direct cap.
On your direct line should be on the
Yes.
same line. Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. I have a few. Looking at the income approaches from both sides, the assessors has an income of $2,020,000 and $22 with a cap of, or cap rate of 6.2. And the applicant has an income of 1.5,545,000 with the higher cap rate because of the risk.
Oh,
If we're going to talk,
Oh, no, I was asking.
Oh,
Oh,
oh. Did not realize that. I apologize.
Do we need to go into
But that-
closed session? And I'm presuming the statements just made will need to be deleted from the record that is publicly available?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay.
I kind of had a feeling we were going to end up biting our tails at some point.
good catch, thank you.
Okay, so is anything else we need to do before we go back to locking up the room? Okay, just a moment. All right, we are back on the public record after 5 minutes in strategic discussion, and the time is 2:20 PM. And we are completing questioning of the assessor's presentation.
Does anyone have any further questions of the assessor's presentation? I believe we're all set. Okay, now it is time for the assessor's office to present their closing arguments.
Chair, is this, the applicant wanted to introduce a rebuttal presentation?
Yes, that's right.
So and I apologize because I'm not incredibly familiar with the rebuttal procedure here. Do I need to ask the questions first and then?
So, right now, you're just going to be presenting why you disagree with the assessor's valuation. So presentation, you don't have to ask any questions.
Okay. So what I would like to pass out now are demographics for some of the anchor lease comps that the assessor used, because I think that is a big point that we are discussing here. So what I've been trying to convey here is Moore Park is significantly inferior to many other markets within Southern California. One of those main things is due to its low population density. As was stated in the Kieser-Marston report, these major tenants, your national retailers like Albertsons, Ralph's, et cetera, Hobby Lobby, Target, they require population sizes of at least 100,000 people in the 5-mile radius. As you can see in the demographics that I've provided here, the ones that are starred are the ones that are in the assessor's case. Their 5-mile population demographics are vastly superior, ranging from 175 all the way up to 595,000 people within a 5-mile radius. Those are the markets that those tenants want to join. They don't want to join a market where there's only 80,000 people in a 5-mile radius. So when we're talking about market rent, it's important to consider the market and where these tenants desire to be. And so I would like that to be considered. I've starred all the ones that were used. The ones that are not starred, I believe, were not used in the assessor's case. But if you look at the population, so they're each comp, 3 comps per page. In the upper left chart, you'll see the population. We're looking at the 5-mile 2022 population for comparison. So just to run down the list, Sprouts, this is in Fontana, their 5-mile population is 335,000. Albertsons in Corona has 196,000. There's a property in Mission Viejo, which is located right off the 5 at 340,000. Just going down the list here, 268,000, 178,000, 433, 320, 253, 595. These aren't comparable to our subject property, and is why I don't think they should be considered. And that's all that I would like to share on rebuttal.
Thank you.
Question on that?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I have 2 concerns about the population. One is, the only time I've ever been, really go through Moore Park is when I'm going over to see me. And so, driving over there, I noticed, it's a pass-through. So the amount of traffic going through there, I know that road has gotten more and more dense. The other problem is the 5-mile, where the construction that I can see, and I'm not an expert on Moore Park, it seems to be between this property or that road and Thousand Oaks, paralleling the freeway.
Right.
I noticed going in there, now you used to go that back route and it was complete. So do you have any statistics on like 8 and 10 miles?
There is a 10-mile, I believe, in
Because I'm thinking that back road is more than 5 miles away, just the way, because there's a small mountain. That would be.
Tierra
a little bit-
Rajada. Are you referring to Tierra Rajada?
I don't know the roads, I just one I've heard going.
Probably thinking about Santa Rosa,
Santa Rosa.
that goes into the back of Thousand Oaks.
The one thing that I could speak to is the Keyser-Marston report mentioned that that area along the 23, that's prime retail development. That's where the retailers would go. That's where you're served by the Moore Park Marketplace. Past that, it drops off significantly. The traffic going down the 23 likely does stop off for Moore Park Marketplace. That's where the In and Out is. You have your Target, you have Michael's. It has all of your big name brand tenants there. I believe there's not a DSW, but a competitor to DSW. So that area, that's the dominant quadrant in the market. But as the report mentions, as you get further down Moore Park Road, that's where you're seeing the higher vacancies. That's where they're recommending converting some of these to mixed use, where they recommend putting residential because the retail demand isn't there anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Once you get past a certain amount, it turns into farmland.
No, I know, but I don't know the name of that road, but it's the one that goes to the route to the Reagan Library, right?
Well,
Oh,
Tirahada,
Lynn Road.
That's Madera that goes up. to
Madera
Reagan.
does, yeah, Madera.
I'm trying to figure if that's north or south of the subject.
Technically west.
South, yeah. it's
Southeast.
Southeast of the subject.
Because it's on the other side of
I just
23.
want to caution the board members, the property tax rules don't allow personal knowledge to be used.
Oh, okay.
So please direct, if you need information on the locations, direct the question to the parties.
Okay. Any other questions of the rebuttal?
And I don't know if we checked if the assessor had questions on this exhibit.
Do you have any comments of the rebuttal document?
No, yeah, no questions, maybe a few comments, but is that acceptable?
You just want to wrap those into your closing?
Yeah, actually, I could do that.
Okay. Then I believe it's time for closing. I guess you guys can go first.
All right, so in closing, how the assessor approached this problem, this appraisal problem, is we looked at all the market comparables that we have. So specifically the anchor comps. Yes, there's superior anchor comps in there. That's why I made adjustments to account for that. I also wanted to get a large sample size of various properties to try and see, my goal was to see, is there a market comparable out there that can support the renewal rate of the subject property that was set in 1980s? I could not. There's nothing out there. I went as far as Victorville, which I consider extremely inferior market. It had its lowest was $1.04 per square foot. I settled at 90 just to try to give the biggest benefit of doubt I could. There unfortunately is no market evidence out there that would support the subject's lease rate. Much like a comparable sales analysis, if we have a sale of a subject and no matter how far I expand my search, I have nothing that brings in that sale, then that's a sales price we can't accept, similar to the subject property. Property tax laws and Board of Equalization guidelines are very clear in how the existing lease rates are to be treated for the subject properties. Basically, if it falls within market range, then it can be accepted as a market rate. If it doesn't, then we have to use a market rent. Unfortunately, the negotiations at the subject property, the concessions, all of that doesn't play a part when it comes to determining what's a market rent for the subject property. We have to look at what do comparable properties support. Because in the event, if Ralph's did not renew their lease and it went vacant, the only thing we have to compare to is, well, what are other properties renting for spaces of this size? And that's how market rent is determined. The property tax laws are very clear. If the lease rates at the subject property do not fall within the market parameters, then we have to use the market parameters. That's what the assessor did. We even tried to give the most benefit of the doubt we could. I went a little bit lower than my market because more park struggles and the demographics and everything that the applicant has mentioned, we've talked about, and that's why I did settle at 90 cents per square foot, slightly lower than my range, to try to account for all of that. As well as my other lease rates, I went to the absolute bottom that my comps would allow. All of it was to see, can the assessor justify a reduction? When I looked at this problem, I thought, is there supporting market evidence that would support a reduction? That's why I went to the very bottom of all my ranges. Unfortunately, I couldn't justify it. And my conclusion came out higher than the factored base year value. The applicant has mentioned a lot about Rouse wanting to leave and that sort of thing. I don't feel there is clear, convincing evidence to show if they went vacant, it would forever be vacant and no one would ever want to rent that space. Based on the financials that I see of the subject property, it's a strong performing property. The high risk market indicators that you would expect aren't there. It's got market vacancy, less than market vacancy for a number of years. It was pretty much at market vacancy for 2021. The expenses are incredibly low, less than 5% at the ownership level after you factor in the CAMs and the reimbursements. Every kind of indicator that would show a high risk is not there for the subject. It's performing remarkably well for its market in Moore Park. We have some disagreements at what leases are appropriate or what comparables are appropriate. I've listed those here, why the assessor disagreed with some of them. So at the end of the day, using the maximum the market would allow us, I can't justify a reduction for this property. That would be our conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Adams, time for your closing statements.
Thank you. So the assessor stated that there were no market lease comps to support the $7.50 renewal rate, yet there is one directly in Ventura County, a grocery outlet signed in Oxnard at a very comparable property. Grocery outlet signed for $7.18. The larger shopping center is 157,000 square feet, very similar to our subject property. That property also has a couple major national retailers as their major tenants and the out parcels. The remaining is local, regional retailers like our subject property. Again, it's located in Ventura County, near in time to our lien date, and it supports $7.50 rent. Yet the assessor has just excluded it. By comparison, the assessor has decided to go 50, 80 miles out and primarily south. We have not seen any rent comps from the north, which might be more comparable. All of those properties have significant population densities. There's the synergies of being within Southern California and being in close proximity to other strong retail centers. Moore Park is unique. It is struggling with higher vacancy when you compare it to other cities, other markets. But when the assessors say that that's one of the reasons why he believes it's been performing exceptionally, because the vacancy at the property has been in line with where vacancy is at Moore Park in general. However, we should be careful when we using submarket and market interchangeably because they're not. Moore Park is a submarket within the larger Southern California market. Typically, we are seeing vacancy of 5% and below. This property has high vacancy. When market participants, investors who purchase shopping centers, they aren't only looking at Moore Park. They're not saying, oh, this property is performing well compared to others in Moore Park. They're comparing it to other investments throughout Southern California, throughout California in general, throughout the West Coast, and even sometimes nationally. So when we talk about risk, we can't just have our blinders on and only look at what's happening in Moore Park. I would agree that the subject property has fared better than its neighbor, Mission Bell Plaza, or across the way, Tuscany Square. However, both of those shopping centers lost their anchor, Albertsons, vacated in 2014. They have been vacant ever since. That shopping center has also lost other tenants. Across the way, the Fresh and Easy, it took 3 to 5 years to lease up that vacant anchor space, and they were only able to lease it up after demising it into smaller suites. That's because there is a lack of demand for these bigger box retailers. And so the lease rate at the subject property, this is not a simple, we're exercising our renewal option. There were business decisions, there were financial incentives to incentivize them to stay. So that's why we believe that this is accurate for market, because if Ralph's were to leave, we're looking at years of vacancy. This has been documented. He said there's no way to know how long it may take to replace the anchor, but we do know because immediately next door and immediately across the street, it has taken anywhere from 3 to 8+ years to replace their anchor. And as the assessor also mentioned, anchors provide they're a magnet. They not only bring in shoppers, but they also bring in tenants. Your smaller inline tenants want to be at centers where you have a strong anchor. If your shopping center doesn't have an anchor, good luck leasing. You're not going to have a lot of tenants coming in, or if you do, you're going to have to drop your rent significantly. And that's what we're seeing. As vacancy is increasing here, the suites have remained, even at the subject property, we have numerous suites here that have vacated in 2018 that are still vacant. The suites that were leased up at a reduced rental rate than what they were paying previously. To me, this is not an exceptional property. I work on our client's entire portfolio. This is one of their lowest performing properties. It is struggling. I'm not saying it's the worst. I'm not saying it's a dying center, but it has its challenges. It has its risks. And if Ralph's were to leave, it would look a lot like the Mission Bell Plaza or the Tuscany Square across the way. But the landlord, as a publicly traded REIT, they're doing everything that they can to maintain stability at this property. And so that renewal is most certainly indicative of market rent. We can't ignore market principles, supply and demand. There is enough vacant space in Moore Park to serve 20 years of demand. Major retailers are leaving, not just the Albertsons that I mentioned or Fresh and Easy. Dick's left, Petco left, Staples, Linen, numerous tenants, Kmart, Save-On, Linens and Things, Big Lots, Do It Center. These are all listed in the Keyser Marston Associates report. There is risk inherent to being in Moore Park. Even if it is not the worst in Moore Park, there is a significant amount of risk that needs to be reflected in the cap rate, as well as the market rents that we're applying. So I leave you with this last question. If this property were as exceptional as the assessor is claiming, why would Ralph's leave? The assessor claims that $7.50 is below market, and yet Ralph's was still abandon that space, paying $7.50. If the property were so exceptional and market rent were so much higher, the landlord would not care if the tenant left because they could replace it quickly and replace it at a higher rent. That is not happening. So I just ask you consider what's happening at this property, what's happening in the market, and how that compares to shopping centers at large, and the rental rates that the assessor and I are concluding at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, the board will take all of our evidence behind closed doors and deliberate. And we'll let Brandon know of our decision later today, and he will inform you later during the week. I don't want to commit him to anything speedy, 'cause I know he's busy.
I do have one question, because we have requested findings of fact. In other counties, we typically, there's a period of time, we also present proposed findings, and then the board, is
Not
that,
necessary.
okay,
You will be provided the findings of fact within 45 days of the board's decision.
great, okay,
Or
thank-
at 45 days of the board's decision being issued in writing.
okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe we'll be presiding in behind closed doors. Court is adjourned.